Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't explain what happened that night 6 months ago. I've gone over it countless times in my head, tried to rationalize it, but I can't shake the feeling that we actually summoned something that wasn't supposed to be there. It was a Friday in late October. My friend Kate had recently moved into this old penthouse apartment downtown, one of those pre-war buildings with the high ceilings, ornate moldings, and history practically seeping from the walls. She'd been going through a rough patch after her breakup with Mark and had asked if I could stay over to keep her company. I'd brought wine and we'd spent the evening catching up. The apartment itself was beautiful, but had this unsettling quality to it. The wooden plaster walls were so tall they made you feel small, and despite being in the middle of a busy city, there was this eerie stillness inside, like the walls were too thick to let any outside noise in, or maybe to let anything out. It was around 11 at night when our conversation shifted. We'd been talking about normal stuff, work drama, dating app nightmares, the usual. But then Kate mentioned she'd been thinking a lot about spirituality since the breakup. She'd always been the more religious of the two of us. I was more of a spiritual but not religious type. But I'd always been fascinated by those bigger questions. "Do you believe in evil?" she asked suddenly, swirling the last of her wine. "Like actual evil forces in the world?" I remember pausing, feeling strangely uncomfortable with the question. Outside, the wind had picked up, making the old windows creak. "I think there's darkness in the world," I said carefully. "Whether that's supernatural or just human nature, I don't know." Kate leaned forward. "My grandmother used to say that talking about these things, especially at night, was dangerous, that words have power." I laughed nervously. "What, like summoning Bloody Mary in the bathroom mirror when we were kids?" "Kind of, but more serious. She believed the veil between worlds thins at midnight. That's when the demonic is most active." I checked my phone. It was 11:45. Something about the timing made my skin prickle. "What exactly qualifies as demonic?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Kate's expression grew serious. "Entities that seek to harm, to cause fear, to separate us from light and love. My grandmother had experiences." "What kind of experiences?" I was genuinely curious now, despite the unease settling in my stomach. Kate lowered her voice even though we were alone. She said she once felt a presence in her room at night. It started with small things. Items moved, cold spots. Then she began feeling watched. One night she woke up to pressure on her chest, like something was sitting on her, trying to suffocate her. As Kate spoke, I noticed the temperature in the room seemed to drop. I pulled my sweater tighter around me. "How did she make it stop?" I asked. "Prayer. She said the name of Jesus out loud, commanded it to leave, claimed spiritual protection." Kate shrugged. "I know it sounds crazy, but the way she told it, I believed her." I glanced at my phone again. 11:58. "Do you think naming these things gives them power, or takes it away?" I asked. "I don't know. Grandmother said naming demons acknowledged them, which could be dangerous without proper protection." The old wall clock in the kitchen chimed midnight, making me jump. The sound seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have. "Protection like what?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "Faith, mostly. Having something stronger to call on. You need to..." That's when it happened. A loud crash made us both jump. A book had fallen from the top shelf of Kate's tall library case, about 2 meters away from where we were sitting. It landed splayed open on the hardwood floor. My heart hammered in my chest. The timing was chilling. Precisely as we were discussing demons at the stroke of midnight, Kate was frozen, staring at the book. "Did you see that?" she whispered. It probably just wasn't balanced properly," I said, trying to sound reasonable despite the cold sweat forming on my back. Kate shook her head. "I organized those shelves myself. Everything was pushed back." I tried to laugh it off. "Well, maybe this happens when you name demons. They don't like it. They try to scare you." Even as I said it, I didn't believe my own explanation. The book hadn't just slipped off. It had projected outward, as if pushed. We both sat there, neither wanting to get up and retrieve the book. Finally, I gathered my courage and went over to pick it up. It was a collection of poetry, nothing sinister, but as I returned it to the shelf, I noticed every other book was indeed pushed back, stable. "Just a coincidence," I said, more to convince myself than Kate. "Old building, uneven shelves." Kate nodded, but her face had gone pale. "Should we talk about something else?" "Probably a good idea." We tried to steer the conversation to lighter topics, a new restaurant that had opened, a show we were both watching, but there was a tension in the air now, a heaviness that hadn't been there before. Every creak of the building made us pause. It was around 1:20 in the morning when the second book fell. We weren't even talking about anything spiritual at that point, just mindlessly scrolling through social media on our phones, the conversation having died down. This time, the book came from a completely different shelf, and it didn't just fall. It seemed to launch itself, landing with a heavy thud in the middle of the room. This felt more deliberate, more targeted, as if something was responding to our earlier conversation. Kate made a small, strangled sound. That's not normal. The hair on my arms stood up. This wasn't just an old building settling. This felt intentional, like something was letting us know it was listening, had been listening all along. I'm not a particularly religious person, but in that moment, instinct took over. I stood up, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you," I said, my voice coming out stronger than I expected. "You are not welcome here. Leave this house now." The words hung in the silence. Nothing moved. No more books fell. But the atmosphere felt charged, like the air before a thunderstorm. Kate was visibly shaking. "I need a minute," she whispered, and practically ran to the bathroom. I stood there alone in the living room, feeling exposed and vulnerable. The tall windows showed the city lights, but they seemed distant, unreachable. Inside the apartment, the shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more defined. When Kate returned, her face was splashed with water, but her eyes were red. "Please don't leave me alone tonight," she pleaded. "I know this sounds crazy, but I don't think we're alone in here." "I wasn't planning to," I assured her. The thought of leaving hadn't even crossed my mind. There was no way I was walking out that door. We decided to leave all the lights on and moved to her bedroom, closing the door firmly behind us. Neither of us suggested we try to sleep. Instead, we sat on her bed, backs against the headboard, talking in low voices about nothing important, just to fill the silence. Around 3 in the morning, we both heard it, a soft thud from the living room, like another book falling, then another, and another. Kate gripped my arm so hard it hurt. "Should we look?" she whispered. "No," I said immediately. "We stay right here until morning." The sounds continued at irregular intervals, not just books now, but what sounded like objects being moved, dragged across surfaces. At one point, I swear I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across the living room floor. "It's trying to get us to come out," Kate whispered. "It wants our attention." I nodded, too frightened to speak. The rational part of my brain was scrambling for explanations. Neighbors, pipes, the building settling. But none of them fit what we were hearing. The longest night of my life crawled by. As dawn approached, the noises gradually stopped. When the first grey light of morning filtered through Kate's curtains, we finally gathered the courage to open the bedroom door. The living room was a mess. Books were scattered everywhere, not just from the shelves, but from inside closed cabinets. Picture frames were turned to face the wall. A chair had been moved to the center of the room, but the most disturbing thing was the book lying open on the coffee table. The poetry collection that had fallen first. It was open to a page with a single line highlighted in what looked like red ink. They come when called. Kate moved out the next day. She stayed with her parents until she could find a new place. I helped her pack, neither of us wanting to be alone in that apartment for even a minute. We didn't talk much about what happened. What was there to say? We both knew what we'd experienced. I've done research since then, read about similar experiences, tried to understand what happened that night. Some say it was just suggestion, our minds playing tricks after spooking ourselves with talk of demons. Others say we actually opened a door by discussing such things at midnight, creating an invitation. All I know is I won't be having those kinds of conversations late at night again. And sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment and the clock approaches midnight, I turn on all the lights and put on music, anything to drown out the silence. Because in silence, I start to wonder if whatever we summoned that night is still listening, waiting for me to speak its name again. Story 2. I still can't sleep with my back to the room. It's been 8 months since it happened, but I swear I can still feel those fingers on my skin sometimes, like phantom pains that shouldn't exist. I'm finally sharing this because keeping it bottled up is driving me insane. Nobody believes me. Not my mom, not my therapist, not even my best friend who was on the phone with me when it started. It was a Friday night in January. My parents were supposed to be out for dinner and a movie, which meant I had the house to myself until around midnight. I was 18 then, still am, so they weren't worried about leaving me alone. Our neighborhood is one of those boring suburban places where nothing ever happens. Just rows of similar-looking houses with neatly trimmed lawns and people who've lived there forever. I'd set myself up in my bedroom with my laptop, snacks, and the determination to binge-watch this new horror series everyone at school was talking about. The irony isn't lost on me now. My room isn't very big, just a twin bed against one wall, a desk with my laptop, a small dresser, and a nightstand with this lamp I've had since I was a kid. It's one of those lamps with the metal base and the adjustable neck with a white shade that gives off this soft glow. Around 9, I was deep into the 3rd episode when I got this weird feeling. You know that sensation when you think someone's watching you. It was like that, but stronger. I glanced at my window, and I swear I saw something, a shape, a face maybe, just for a split second before it disappeared. My window faces the side yard, and there's nothing out there but a narrow strip of grass between our house and the neighbors. No trees, no bushes, nowhere for anyone to hide. I paused the show and went to the window, pulling back the curtain. Nothing there, just darkness. I figured it was my imagination getting the best of me. What do you expect when you're watching horror alone in a dimly lit room? I went back to my show, but I couldn't focus anymore. I kept glancing at the window, expecting to see something. After a while, I decided to FaceTime my friend Dante. He's always up late, and I thought having someone to talk to might help calm me down. "You're such a baby," he said when I told him about the face at the window. "It's just the horror show messing with your head." We talked for maybe 20 minutes about random stuff. School, people we knew, nothing important. I was starting to feel better, more normal. Then it happened. "Go to bed." The whisper came from right beside my ear, so close I could feel the breath on my skin. It was a woman's voice, soft but clear, like someone was standing right next to me. But I was alone in my room. Dante was in the middle of telling me about some party he was planning to go to, and he didn't react at all, which meant he hadn't heard it. "Did you hear that?" I asked him, my heart suddenly racing. "Hear what?" "Someone just whispered in my ear to go to bed," he laughed. "Cassandra, you're freaking yourself out. There's nobody there." But I knew what I'd heard. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't the TV. Something had spoken directly into my ear. "I think I'm gonna go," I told Dante. "I'm really tired." "See, your subconscious is telling you to sleep. Text me tomorrow." After hanging up, I sat frozen on my bed, listening to the silence of the house. Part of me wanted to call my parents and beg them to come home, but what would I tell them? That I heard a whisper? They'd think I was being ridiculous. And then, for some reason I still can't explain, I decided to obey the voice. I shut my laptop, put it on my desk, and got into bed. I didn't turn off my lamp, though. No way was I sitting in complete darkness. I pulled the covers up to my chin and lay on my side, facing the lamp and the wall, with my back to the room. That's when the dread hit me. It wasn't just fear. It was this overwhelming certainty that something terrible was about to happen. The air in my room felt heavy, like it does right before a thunderstorm, and it got cold so quickly I could see my breath. I wanted to get up, to run, to scream, but I couldn't move. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I was fully awake. But it was like my body wouldn't respond to my brain's commands. A dark mist began to form near my door. I could see it reflected in the shiny base of my lamp. At first, it was just a shadowy haze, but then it started to take shape. I watched, unable to turn around, as it formed into the silhouette of a woman. In the lamp's reflection, I could see her clearly. She was tall and impossibly thin, with paper-white skin that looked almost blue in the dim light. Her hair was black and hung straight down past her waist. She wore what looked like an old-fashioned beige dress that reached the floor. But it was her hands that terrified me the most. Her fingers were too long, ending in twisted nails that curved like talons. She didn't walk so much as glide across my room. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustle of fabric, nothing. Just silence as she moved toward my bed. Her eyes, God, her eyes, never blinking, never leaving me. They were completely black, no whites at all, just endless darkness. I lay there, unable to move, unable to scream, watching her approach in the reflection of my lamp. She moved to the side of my bed, standing over me, and I could feel her presence like a physical weight on my chest. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. I could only lie there as she bent down, her face coming closer to mine. In the reflection, I saw her reach out one of those horrible hands, the long fingers extending toward me. I wanted to close my eyes, but I couldn't even do that. I was completely helpless as she touched my arm. The pain was immediate and intense. Her fingertips felt like burning acid where they made contact with my skin. But they left no mark, no visible injury. She slowly dragged those twisted nails down from my shoulder to my wrist, and it felt like she was peeling my skin away. I could feel every millimeter of contact, and the pain was unbearable. Then she moved to another spot, my upper back, just below my neck. Again, that burning, searing pain as she traced patterns on my skin. It wasn't random. It felt deliberate, methodical, like she was writing something or marking me in some way. I don't know how long this went on. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to stop in that room as she continued to touch me, each point of contact bringing fresh waves of agony, and all the while those black eyes never blinked, never looked away. Then I heard the front door open. My parents were home. I heard my mum call my name, but I couldn't answer. The pale woman paused, her hand hovering just above my face. For the first time, her expression changed. A look of frustration or anger crossed her features. My bedroom door opened, and my mum poked her head in. "Cassandra, are you asleep? Why is your lamp still on?" In that instant, the pale woman vanished. Not gradually, not fading away. She was simply gone between one blink and the next. The heaviness in the air disappeared, and I could move again. Cassandra, are you okay? My mom came into the room looking concerned. You're pale as a ghost. I burst into tears. The terror, the pain, the helplessness, it all came rushing out. I told her everything between sobs, but I could see she didn't believe me. She felt my forehead, checked my arm where the pale woman had touched me. But there was nothing to see. No marks, no burns, nothing. You were having a nightmare, honey, she said, stroking my hair. You probably fell asleep watching those horror shows. But I hadn't been asleep. I know what I saw, what I felt. The pain had been real, too real to be a dream or my imagination. My mom stayed with me until I calmed down. She even slept in my room that night, on a mattress on the floor. I didn't see the pale woman again that night, or any night since, but I know she was real. I've done research since then, looked up all kinds of spirits, entities, and paranormal phenomena. Nothing quite matches what I experienced. Some say it might have been a particularly vivid episode of sleep paralysis, but I know the difference between dreaming and being awake. The worst part isn't the memory of her appearance or even the pain of her touch. It's the feeling that she wasn't finished, that whatever she was doing, marking me, testing me, claiming me, was interrupted. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I get that same heavy feeling in the air, that same sense of being watched. I've moved my bed so I can see the entire room from where I sleep. I never turn my back to the open space anymore. I keep nightlights plugged in everywhere. My parents think I've developed some kind of anxiety disorder, and maybe I have. But it's not irrational when you know something is real. I don't know what the pale woman wanted from me, or if she'll ever come back. I don't know if she's a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. All I know is that the boundary between our world and whatever realm she came from is thinner than we think. And sometimes things cross over. If you've seen her too, or experienced something similar, please let me know. I need to understand what happened to me, and I need to know if I should be preparing for her return, because deep down, I feel like our encounter isn't over. She's still out there, those black eyes still watching, those twisted fingers still reaching. And one day, when I least expect it, when no one is around to interrupt, she'll come back to finish what she started. Story 3, : I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me at that antique mall in Chattanooga. It's been 7 years, but the memory is crystal clear, like it happened yesterday. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, but I need to get this off my chest. When I was 15, my parents and I would spend our weekends hunting for treasures at this massive antique mall just outside the city. The place was incredible. 3 floors of everything you could imagine: old furniture, vintage clothes, jewelry, toys, records. Literally anything old and interesting ended up there. The owners had decorated it beautifully, making it feel like stepping back in time. Even the bathrooms were decked out with antiques. That Saturday started like any other. Dad was hunting for old tools. Mom was obsessed with finding vintage Pyrex bowls, and I was just tagging along, bored out of my mind. I mean, I liked the place, but there's only so much old stuff a teenager can look at, you know? We'd been there for about 2 hours when Mom said she needed to use the restroom. I decided to wait outside for her. The mall was crowded that day, and I needed a break from the musty smell and the oldies music playing through crackling speakers. After a few minutes of scrolling through my phone, I realized I should probably fix my makeup. I'd rushed out that morning and barely had time to put on eyeliner. I pushed open the heavy wooden door to the women's restroom, letting it swing shut behind me with a soft thud. The bathroom was empty and quiet. Unlike the rest of the mall, which was buzzing with shoppers and conversations, the restroom felt isolated, like stepping into another world. The owners had gone all out with the vintage theme in there. Old framed photos on the walls, a beautiful antique dressing table with an ornate mirror, even vintage soap dispensers. There was this collection of antique brushes and a silver handheld mirror displayed on a shelf above the sink. Mom always said it was the fanciest place to pee in Tennessee. I dropped my bag on the counter and leaned toward the mirror over the sink. The lighting was terrible, this yellowish glow that made everyone look sickly. I was focusing hard on fixing my eyeliner, which was smudged at the corner of my right eye, when I saw movement in the mirror. A woman walked in behind me. She was wearing dark navy clothing. I remember thinking it looked like an old-fashioned dress or maybe a uniform. She didn't look at me or say anything, just walked directly toward the last stall at the end of the row. I didn't think much of it at first. Public bathrooms, right? Nobody makes eye contact, but something felt off. I realized I hadn't heard the bathroom door open or close. I hadn't heard any footsteps either. In fact, the bathroom had gone completely silent. I turned around, expecting to see her waiting against the wall for the stall. But there was no one there, just empty space. My heart started racing. I looked toward the end stall where I'd seen her heading. The door was halfway open, empty. For a split second, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she'd walked out while I was concentrating on my makeup, but I knew that wasn't possible. The door was heavy and loud. I would have heard it. Plus, I'd been watching her in the mirror, and she was definitely walking toward that stall. A cold feeling washed over me, starting at the top of my head and running down my spine. The bathroom suddenly felt 10 degrees colder. I couldn't move, just stood there frozen, staring at that empty stall. The silence was deafening. Then the lights flickered, just once, but it was enough. I grabbed my bag and bolted out of there so fast I nearly collided with an elderly woman coming in. Mom was just outside, checking her phone. She took one look at my face and knew something was wrong. "Sweetie, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't speak. My mouth had gone completely dry. I just grabbed her arm and managed to croak out, "We need to leave now." Mom must have seen the genuine terror on my face because she didn't argue. She found Dad, made some excuse about me not feeling well, and we headed toward the exit. It wasn't until we were in the car that I could finally speak. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit on them. "There was someone in the bathroom," I said. "A woman, but she wasn't really there." Dad looked at me in the rearview mirror like I'd lost my mind. Mom turned in her seat to face me. "What do you mean, honey?" I told them everything. How I'd seen the woman in the mirror. How she'd walked toward the stall but disappeared. How I hadn't heard the door or any footsteps. She was just gone, I finished lamely. Even to my own ears it sounded crazy. But instead of laughing it off, Mom got this strange look on her face. "What did she look like?" she asked quietly. "I don't know. Older, maybe in her 40s or 50s, dark navy clothing, like an old-fashioned dress, or maybe a uniform. I only saw her for a few seconds." Mom and Dad exchanged a look I couldn't read. "Has this happened before?" I asked, suddenly suspicious of their reaction. Dad cleared his throat. "Your mother had a similar experience there last month. She didn't want to scare you." Mom sighed. "I didn't see anyone, but I felt something, like someone was watching me. I thought I was just being silly." We drove home in silence after that. I kept replaying what happened in my mind, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a trick of the light, a reflection from somewhere else. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. We kept going to the antique mall after that. My parents loved it too much to stop. But I developed a system. If I had to use the bathroom, I'd go in, do my business as quickly as possible, and get out. No lingering, no checking makeup, and absolutely no looking in the mirrors. I'd wash my hands with my eyes fixed firmly on the sink. It probably looked weird to anyone watching, but I didn't care. One day, about a month after the incident, I overheard two of the employees talking while I was browsing through some old records. They didn't notice me standing there as they discussed a customer who'd reported seeing someone in the women's restroom. "Third one this month," one of them said, shaking her head. "Always the same description, too." "Management should really say something," the other replied, "especially after what happened in there." They moved away before I could hear more, and I was too scared to ask them what they meant, what had happened in that bathroom. Who was the woman in navy? I never found out. The antique mall closed down about a year later. I don't know why. Business seemed good whenever we went. Dad heard a rumor that the building was being demolished to make way for a new shopping center. But it's still standing empty as far as I know. I've done some research since then on the history of that building. Before it was an antique mall, it had been a department store in the 50s and 60s. Before that, during World War II, it was used as a temporary hospital for wounded soldiers coming back from overseas. I found an old photograph online of the nursing staff from that time, all women in dark navy uniforms. What freaks me out the most isn't just seeing the woman who wasn't there. It's what I realized later. All those antiques in the mall, especially the ones decorating that bathroom, they all belonged to someone once. Someone who lived, used those items, and died. Maybe some of them left a piece of themselves behind, attached to their possessions. Maybe that woman in navy once owned that silver handheld mirror or one of those antique brushes. I still go antique shopping with my parents sometimes, but I'm always careful about bathrooms in places like that now, and I never ever linger in front of mirrors in unfamiliar places. Sometimes I catch myself glancing quickly over my shoulder, half expecting to see her again. The woman in navy, walking silently toward an empty stall. Story 4. I never wanted to come back to Thornwood. This place holds too many memories, too many things I've tried to forget. But when my grandmother passed away last year and left me the house, I didn't have many options. My apartment lease was ending, and financially I was struggling after losing my job. So here I am, back in my childhood home after 20 years away. The house is exactly how I remember it. Cluttered, disorganized, with that musty smell that never quite goes away, no matter how many windows you open. The wallpaper in the hallway is still peeling at the corners. The third step on the staircase still creaks when you step on it. Some things never change. I've been here about 2 months now, slowly sorting through decades of accumulated junk. Yesterday started like any other day. I woke up early, fed my 2 cats, Milo and Bean, and made coffee. I was organizing some old photo albums when something happened. Something I can't explain. Something that's made me question everything I thought I knew about this house, about my childhood, and about what's real. It started with the whispers. I was in the living room, sorting through boxes when I heard it, soft murmuring coming from the kitchen. At first, I thought it was just the cats knocking something over, but when I went to check, the kitchen was empty. The whispering stopped as soon as I entered the room. This wasn't the first strange thing to happen since I moved back. I've noticed objects aren't where I left them. My coffee mug appearing on the counter when I swear I put it in the sink. My hairbrush moving from the bathroom to my bedside table. Small things that I'd been chalking up to stress and exhaustion from the move. But yesterday was different. Yesterday, I remembered Jane. I was looking through an old photo album when I found a picture of myself at around 7 years old, standing in the backyard. I was smiling and had my arm extended as if around someone's shoulders, but there was nobody there. The memory hit me like a truck. Jane, my childhood friend. Jane used to appear in our yard when I was little. She always wore the same clothes, a blue dress with white buttons down the front, white socks, and black Mary Jane shoes. Her hair was brown and cut in a bob that swung when she laughed. We would play together for hours, picking wildflowers in the field, playing hide and seek, exploring the ditch behind the house where my parents never let me go alone. The thing is, no one else could see Jane. My parents humored me, thinking she was just an imaginary friend, but to me, she was as real as anyone. I could see her clearly, hear her voice, feel her hand when she tugged mine to show me something interesting she'd found. As I grew older, Jane appeared less frequently, until one day she just stopped coming. I eventually convinced myself that my parents were right. She had been imaginary, a product of childhood loneliness in this isolated house on the edge of Thornwood. But yesterday, staring at that photo, I felt cold all over, because I suddenly remembered something about Jane that my child's mind had accepted, but my adult mind found terrifying. Jane never cast a shadow, not once, in all our hours playing in the summer sun. I put the album away, feeling uneasy. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The house seemed to be making more noise than usual. Creaking floorboards, tapping at the windows, the wind whistling through cracks I couldn't locate. Milo and Bean were restless too, pacing the bedroom instead of settling in their usual spots on the bed. I must have dozed off eventually, because I was jolted awake by the sensation of someone sitting on my bed. It was still dark outside, probably around 3 in the morning. I felt the mattress sink down near my feet, creating a noticeable dent in the covers. Both cats were already on the bed, Milo by my head, and Bean curled at my side. They were both staring intently at the foot of the bed, their eyes wide, tails twitching. Then I heard it. A soft clicking noise, like someone quietly clacking their teeth together, and then a whisper, "You don't remember me." I froze, every muscle in my body tensed up, because I recognized that voice immediately. It was Jane. "You don't remember me," she repeated louder this time. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, could barely breathe. The weight on the bed shifted slightly. From the next bedroom, my grandmother's old room that I'd been using for storage, I heard snoring, soft but distinct, and the sound of someone turning over in bed, the rustle of sheets, but that was impossible. I live alone. I lay there, paralyzed with fear, for what felt like hours. Eventually, the weight lifted from my bed, and I heard soft footsteps padding across the carpet and out of my room. The snoring from the other bedroom continued. When the first light of dawn filtered through my curtains, I finally gathered the courage to get up. I crept to the doorway of the spare bedroom and peeked inside. The bed, which had been covered with boxes yesterday, was now clear. The sheets were rumpled, and there was a distinct impression in the pillow as if someone had been sleeping there, but there was no one in the room. I ran downstairs, my heart pounding. I needed coffee, needed to clear my head and try to make sense of what was happening. As I sat at the kitchen table with my mug, something shifted on the couch in the adjacent living room, the cushions compressed as if someone had just sat down. "My family's here now," Jane's voice whispered, seemingly right next to my ear. "They've come to live with us, isn't that nice?" I nearly spilled my coffee. I could feel her presence beside me, though I couldn't see her. Who's here?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking. "Mommy and Daddy, and my brothers, and grandfather. He just arrived." As if on cue, I heard the sound of the front door opening, though I could clearly see it remained closed. Something moved across the entryway. I couldn't see it exactly, just a sort of disturbance in the air, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. "He's here!" Jane's voice was excited now. I heard what sounded like the squeaking of wheelchair wheels moving across the hardwood floor of the entryway, then into the living room. The leather recliner by the fireplace creaked and adjusted as if someone heavy had just sat in it. I sat frozen at the kitchen table, my coffee growing cold. Throughout the day, I kept catching glimpses of something. Not full apparitions, but movements at the edge of my vision. The feeling of being watched, cold spots in rooms, the distinct impression that the house was full of people, though I was supposedly alone. That night, I barely slept. I kept the lights on and the TV running for noise. Milo and Bean refused to leave my side, both of them tense and alert. Sometime in the early morning hours, I must have dozed off because I woke up to find Jane's family surrounding my bed. This time, I could see them. They looked like normal people. A woman in a flowered dress, a tall man in work clothes, two teenage boys, and an elderly man in what looked like pajamas. They were smiling at me, but their eyes, God, their eyes were completely white. No pupils, no irises, just blank, milky white. I screamed and scrambled back against the headboard. They vanished instantly. I called my friend Melissa, who's into all that spiritual cleansing stuff. She came over with sage and crystals and whatnot. As she was going through the house, things started flying off shelves. A picture frame nearly hit her in the head. Books flew across the room. The cats went crazy, hissing and arching their backs at empty corners. After Melissa left, the house went quiet. Too quiet. No creaks, no whispers, nothing. I thought maybe her cleansing had worked. That night, Jane appeared at the foot of my bed. For the first time since I was a child, I could see her clearly. She looked exactly the same. The blue dress, the bob haircut. But her eyes were wrong. They were those same milky white orbs. "I'm sorry about earlier," she said. "They were just excited to meet you. We've been waiting for you to come back for so long." "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "We want to help you remember," she said. "About your mother, about your brothers, about what happened in this house." But that made no sense. My mother is alive and well, living in Florida. I'm an only child. Nothing happened in this house except a normal, if somewhat lonely, childhood. "You've forgotten," Jane insisted. "But it's okay. We'll help you remember." She vanished, and I eventually fell into an uneasy sleep. This morning I woke up face to face with something, not Jane, not one of her family. This was a red face, twisted and demonic, with black holes where eyes should be. It smelled like smoke and rotting meat. It screamed at me, a sound so terrifying I think I blacked out. When I came to, the house was silent again. I packed a bag and went to stay with Melissa for a week. When I returned, the house seemed normal. No whispers, no moving objects, no Jane. For almost a year, things were quiet. I convinced myself it had been stress, or maybe a gas leak causing hallucinations. I've been renovating the house, thinking maybe I'll sell it and move somewhere new, somewhere without memories. But last night, as I was falling asleep, I heard it again, that soft, clicking sound followed by Jane's whisper, "You still don't remember me, but you will." I don't know what to do. I don't know what she wants me to remember. I don't know if I'm going crazy or if this house is actually haunted. All I know is that I'm typing this with my bedroom door locked, my cats huddled against me, listening to the sounds of a family that isn't there moving around my house. And somewhere, in the back of my mind, something is trying to surface, a memory I can't quite grasp. Something about this house, something about Jane, something I'm afraid to remember. Story 5. I still get chills thinking about that night last year. I've debated whether to share this for months, but I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. None of my friends do. For context, I live about 15 minutes from what everyone around here calls Black Forest. It's this massive stretch of dense woods that's earned a pretty creepy reputation over the years. The trees grow so thick that even during the day, it feels like dusk in there. At night, it's like driving through pitch black with just your headlights cutting through. The roads wind all over the place, and there are these private driveways that look exactly like actual roads, so it's super easy to get lost. I usually avoid driving through there completely. It's not just the creepy vibes, though there are plenty of local stories about weird sightings and people feeling watched. It's also practical. The roads are confusing as hell, cell service is spotty, and if your car breaks down, good luck getting help quickly. Most people I know just take the bypass that goes around it, even though it adds about 20 minutes to the drive. So anyway, this happened on a Saturday night in October. My buddy Jake texted asking if I wanted to come over for some beers and video games at his place. A bunch of our friends were already there. I'd had a long week at work and needed to blow off some steam, so I said sure. It was around 8:30 when I got in my car. I had two choices: take the longer route around Black Forest or cut straight through and get there in 15 minutes. I was already running late and I just wanted to get to Jake's and relax. I thought, screw it, I'll just go through the forest this once. What's the worst that could happen? The drive there was fine, creepy as always with those tall trees blocking out what little light was left in the sky, but nothing unusual happened. I had my GPS guiding me, and I made it to Jake's without any issues. We had a good time, played some Call of Duty, had a few beers, not enough to be drunk, maybe 2 over several hours. Ordered pizza, normal weekend stuff. I left Jake's place around 12:30. The temperature had dropped, and there was this light fog starting to form, not thick enough to be dangerous for driving, just enough to give everything this hazy glow around streetlights. I plugged Jake's address into my GPS again, because there was no way I was navigating Black Forest at night without it. The forest was dead quiet, no other cars on the road. I remember thinking how I could see why people found it creepy. The trees seemed to lean in over the road, and my headlights only illuminated maybe 20 feet ahead of me at any time. The fog wasn't helping either. It was making the beams look weirdly diffused. My GPS was telling me I was about halfway through when I approached a red light. This intersection is basically in the middle of nowhere. There's just one dim streetlight hanging above it, giving off this weak, yellowish glow. No houses nearby, no businesses, just forest in all directions. I came to a full stop even though there wasn't another car in sight. I'm not one of those people who runs red lights, even when no one's around. So I'm sitting there waiting for this light to change, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel. My radio was playing some song I can't even remember now. That's when I started feeling off. You know that sensation when you suddenly realize someone's staring at you? That prickly feeling on the back of your neck? It hit me like a wave. At first I tried to ignore it. Just my imagination going wild because of all the stories about this place, right? But it got stronger, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something right outside my car. I remember my breath fogging up the window slightly as I turned my head to look out the passenger side window. I'll never forget what I saw standing there, just a few feet from my car door. It looked human-shaped, but wrong in every possible way. Its skin had this sickly grayish color that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, like it was reflecting the streetlight but too brightly. Parts of its face, I can't even call it a face, looked like they were literally falling off. Not bleeding or anything, just decomposing like old fruit that's been left out too long. The eyes were what got me the most. They were fixed directly on me, wide and unblinking, with this yellowish tint that didn't look natural. It was wearing what might have once been normal clothes, but they were torn and hanging off its body in tatters. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman. It just looked like a corpse that had decided to stand up and take a walk. I froze completely. For what felt like forever, but was probably just a second or two. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even think. Then pure survival instinct kicked in. I didn't care about the red light anymore. I slammed my foot on the gas and the car lurched forward, tires squealing slightly on the damp pavement. As I shot through the intersection, I glanced in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see that thing running after my car or something. But there was nothing there. Nothing at all, just empty road under that dim streetlight. I checked my side mirrors too, thinking maybe it had moved to the side of the road, but there was nowhere it could have gone that quickly. No bushes to hide behind, no ditches to jump into, just open road and the edge of the forest, which was a good 30 feet back from where it had been standing. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. I didn't slow down until I was completely out of the forest, and even then, I kept checking my mirrors every few seconds. The rest of the drive home is a blur. I remember locking my car doors as soon as I parked, something I never used to bother with in my neighborhood, then running to my front door and locking that behind me too. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing's face, those eyes staring at me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just some homeless person. But no homeless person I've ever seen glows like that or has skin that looks like it's rotting off. A Halloween prank in the middle of the forest at 1 in the morning? And how did it disappear so completely in the split second I looked away? The next day, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Maybe the beer affected me more than I thought. Or maybe I was more tired than I realized. But I know what I saw, and the fact that it was just standing there, watching me, like it knew I'd be coming through. That's what keeps me up at night. I've tried researching if anyone else has seen something similar in Black Forest. There are plenty of stories about weird experiences, people feeling followed, hearing footsteps when no one's there, seeing strange lights among the trees. But nothing exactly like what I saw. I did find some old local legends about restless spirits of people who died in the forest back when the area was first settled, but nothing specific about zombie-like figures. It's been over a year now, and I haven't driven through Black Forest since. Not once. My friends think I'm being ridiculous, especially since I can't bring myself to tell them exactly what I saw. I just say I got spooked by something and leave it at that. They joke that I'm afraid of the dark or that I believe in the boogeyman. Let them laugh. They weren't there. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back during daylight just to prove to myself that there's nothing supernatural about that intersection. But then I remember those eyes staring at me, and I can't bring myself to do it. What if it's still there, waiting? What if next time it doesn't just stand and watch? I don't know what I saw that night. A ghost? Some kind of zombie? A hallucination? All I know is that whatever it was, it felt malevolent, like it wanted something from me, and I'm not going back to find out what that might be. I still take the long way around every single time. Those extra 20 minutes are worth it. Some places just have a wrongness about them, and Black Forest is definitely one of them. If you're ever driving through there, especially at night, keep your doors locked and don't stop for anything. Not even a red light if you're alone. Trust me on this one. Story 6. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 20 years now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This happened to me during Christmas of 2003, and I've struggled with whether to share it publicly because I know how it sounds. But I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I'm not my grandfather anymore. I'm 82 years old now. But that Christmas morning is etched into my memory clearer than events from last week. My wife, Margaret, and I had gone to stay with our daughter, Helen, her husband, Richard, and our granddaughter, Sarah, for the holidays. Richard was the administrator of this beautiful old Victorian manor in the countryside that had been converted into some sort of educational college. They lived in a modest house on the grounds, but with Margaret and me visiting, there wasn't enough space for everyone. Richard suggested we stay in rooms at the manor itself, which was mostly empty during the Christmas break. The building was magnificent, all dark wood paneling, high ceilings, and enormous windows, the sort of place that makes you feel small when you walk in. I remember thinking it had a certain heaviness to it, though not necessarily in a negative way. Just the weight of history, I suppose. Our room was on the second floor, down a long corridor with thick carpeting that muffled your footsteps. It was comfortably furnished with antiques that matched the period of the house. A four-poster bed, a heavy wooden wardrobe, and a dressing table with an oval mirror. The heating worked well enough, but there was still that distinctive chill old houses never quite shake. Christmas Eve had been lovely. We'd had dinner with Helen's family, exchanged a few gifts, and gone to bed relatively early. Margaret fell asleep almost immediately. She always could sleep through anything. But I tossed and turned a bit. New places do that to me. The unfamiliar creaks and groans of the old building kept catching my attention. I must have finally drifted off around midnight. I woke suddenly with that peculiar clarity that sometimes comes when you're in an unfamiliar bed. The room was dim, but not completely dark. There was a faint, greyish light filtering through the heavy curtains, the kind of pre-dawn light that makes everything look slightly unreal. I glanced at my watch on the bedside table. It was just after 6 in the morning. At first, I thought it was the early hour, or maybe a noise that had woken me. But then I felt it. That distinct sense that I wasn't alone. Not just Margaret sleeping beside me, but something else. You know that feeling when someone is watching you, that prickle at the back of your neck. That's what I felt. I turned my head slightly toward the side of the bed, and there she was, a little girl, standing perfectly still, about 2 feet from where I lay. My first thought, genuinely, was that Sarah had wandered over from her parents' house to surprise us on Christmas morning. But it took only seconds to realize this wasn't Sarah. This child was younger, maybe 4 or 5 years old. Her hair was tucked neatly under a small white bonnet, and she wore a long nightdress that reached her ankles, the kind you see in period films, with little embroidered details around the collar and cuffs. It was the kind of clothing no child had worn for at least 100 years. The strangest thing wasn't her appearance, though. It was how I felt. I should have been terrified, but I wasn't. Startled, yes. Confused, absolutely, but not afraid. There was something so normal about her presence. She was looking at me with a small, gentle smile, not mischievous or threatening, just the innocent curiosity of a child. I didn't move. I barely breathed. We just looked at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then, slowly, she reached out her small hand toward mine, where it rested on top of the blanket. Just before she could touch me, and I swear I'm not making this up, something even more impossible happened. The solid wall to my right rippled. That's the only word I can think of to describe it. It didn't exactly open. It was more like the surface became momentarily transparent or permeable. A woman stepped through this impossible doorway. She appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in a high-collared white nightgown with her hair in a loose bun. Her clothing was from the same era as the child's. She moved with purpose, but without hurry, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. The woman didn't acknowledge me at all. She looked only at the little girl, her expression one of gentle exasperation mixed with affection, the universal look of a caretaker who's found their charge where they shouldn't be. She smiled at the child, placed her hands on the little girl's shoulders, and turned her around. The girl went willingly, looking back at me once with that same small smile. Then, hand in hand, they walked back toward the wall and through it. Not dramatically like in films, with special effects or fading away. They simply stepped forward and were gone, as if that solid Victorian wall was nothing but a projection. I lay there, frozen. My heart was racing now, the calm I'd felt during the encounter giving way to a flood of adrenaline. I looked over at Margaret, who was still sleeping peacefully, her breathing deep and regular. The bedside clock showed 6:12 a.m. I didn't wake her. What would I say? I wasn't even sure what I'd seen. Instead, I got up carefully, put on my dressing gown and went to the window. I pulled back the curtain slightly. Outside, the grounds were still dark, with just the faintest hint of dawn touching the horizon. The world looked completely normal, completely solid. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat in the armchair by the window, watching the sky lighten, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was it a dream? It hadn't felt like one. I've had vivid dreams before, but they fade quickly. This experience had a clarity and precision that dreams lack. When Margaret woke around 7:30, I said nothing about my early morning visitors. We dressed and went downstairs for breakfast, where we joined Helen, Richard, and little Sarah. It was Christmas morning and everyone was in high spirits. Sarah was excited about her presence. The dining room was decorated beautifully and the smell of cinnamon and pine filled the air. I tried to act normal, but I must have been distracted because Helen asked if I was feeling all right. I assured her I was fine, just a bit tired from sleeping in a strange bed. Throughout breakfast, I kept wondering if I should mention what I'd seen. Would they think I was losing my mind? Was I losing my mind? After breakfast, when Sarah was occupied with her new toys, I pulled Richard aside. Something told me he might know something about the manor's history. I kept my voice casual as I asked, "The room we're staying in, what was it used for originally?" "Before the manor became a college, I mean." Richard looked surprised by my question. "Funny you should ask. That wing of the house used to be the family quarters. Your room and the one next to it were the nursery and the nanny's quarters. Why do you ask?" My skin prickled. I hadn't known that. How could I have? I hesitated, then decided to tell him. Not Margaret or Helen, just Richard. He struck me as a practical man, not prone to flights of fancy, but also someone who respected this old building and its history. I told him everything. The little girl, the woman, how they had walked through the wall. As I spoke, I watched his face carefully, looking for signs of disbelief or concern. Instead, I saw recognition. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You're not the first, you know. One of the catering staff refuses to go up to that floor alone. A visiting lecturer insisted on changing rooms 3 years ago. They never say exactly what they experienced, just that they felt uncomfortable." I didn't feel uncomfortable, I told him. That's the strange thing. It should have been terrifying, but it wasn't. It felt peaceful. Richard nodded. "The house has stood here for almost 200 years. A lot of lives have been lived within these walls. Maybe some of them aren't quite finished." We agreed not to tell Margaret or Helen. My wife would never have stayed another night in the manor if she'd known, and Helen would have worried unnecessarily about us. Sarah was too young to understand. We stayed 3 more nights before heading home. I didn't see the girl or the woman again, though each night I found myself waking briefly around 6 in the morning, as if part of me was expecting, perhaps even hoping for, another visit. It's been almost 2 decades now, and I've never experienced anything like it since. I've read about ghosts and hauntings, trying to make sense of what happened. Was it really the spirits of a child and her nanny? Were they somehow trapped, or were they simply going about their routines from another time that occasionally intersects with ours? I don't have answers. All I know is what I saw, and how it made me feel. Not afraid, but privileged. As if I'd been allowed a brief glimpse through a window that most people never even notice is there. I've never been back to that manor. Richard retired years ago, and Helen's family moved away. Sarah's all grown up now with children of her own. Sometimes I think about telling her what I saw that Christmas morning, but I'm not sure she'd believe me. Maybe she would. Children often seem more open to these possibilities than adults. What I do know is that I don't need anyone to believe me. I know what I experienced, and on cold winter mornings, when I wake up around 6 and the light has that same greyish quality it had that Christmas morning, I sometimes find myself looking toward the bedroom wall, half expecting to see a little girl in a bonnet reaching out with a friendly hand. Story 7? I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been 3 months, and I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head. I've researched everything from plumbing issues to paranormal activity, but nothing makes sense. I'm not normally one to believe in the supernatural, but after what happened in my kid's bedroom, I'm questioning everything I thought I knew. My name's Richard. I'm a pretty normal guy, software engineer, married for 10 years, 2 kids and a dog. We live in Pinewood Hills, one of those cookie-cutter suburban neighborhoods where nothing interesting ever happens, or at least, that's what I thought until that night in April. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I'd been working late, trying to fix a bug in some code before a deadline. My wife Sarah had already gone to bed, exhausted from her shift at the hospital. She's a nurse and was scheduled for an early morning the next day. Around midnight, I finally closed my laptop and headed upstairs, checking on the kids before turning in. Maya, our 7-year-old, was sleeping soundly in her top bunk. Ethan, who's 4, was curled up with his stuffed dinosaur in the lower bunk. Our dog, Cooper, a golden retriever mix, was acting weird though. He usually sleeps at the foot of our bed, but that night he was pacing around downstairs, panting heavily. I figured he needed to go out, so I let him into the backyard. He didn't do his business though, just stood there looking around nervously, hackles slightly raised. After a few minutes I called him back in, thinking maybe he'd heard a raccoon or something. I should have known something was off when Cooper refused to come upstairs. He just sat at the bottom of the stairs, whining softly. I was too tired to deal with it, so I left him there and went to bed. It must have been around 3 in the morning when I woke up to screaming. It was Ethan and he sounded terrified. Sarah was already out of bed and heading to the kids' room before I'd even fully woken up. By the time I got there, she had Ethan in her arms, trying to calm him down. He was sobbing about a shadow man in his room. He was watching me, Daddy. He was by Maya's bed. Kids have nightmares. It happens. I was about to explain this to Ethan when Maya appeared in the doorway, looking distressed. Dad, my bed is all wet and it's scary, she said, rubbing her eyes. I woke up and everything was soaking. My first thought was that she'd wet the bed, though Maya hadn't done that since she was 4. Then I wondered if she'd been sweating. Kids can sweat a lot when they have a fever. I put my hand on her forehead, but she felt normal. Did you have water in your bed? I asked her. Or did you spill something? Maya shook her head. No, Daddy. I just woke up and it was all wet. That's when I noticed something odd. Maya was completely dry. Her pajamas, her hair, her face, not a drop of moisture anywhere. If she'd been sleeping in a wet bed, how was she not wet herself? Let me check it out, I told her, switching on the hallway light. Sarah took both kids to our bedroom while I went to investigate. The moment I entered the kids' room, Cooper started barking frantically downstairs. I could hear his nails scratching at the bottom step, but he wouldn't come up. That dog never barks at night. He's the laziest creature I've ever met. But that night he sounded desperate, almost panicked. I turned on the bedroom light and climbed up the small ladder to Maya's bunk. What I saw made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Her sheets had a massive wet spot, maybe 2 feet wide, centered right where her torso would have been. I touched it. It was cold and completely soaked through. When I pressed down, water actually pooled up around my hand. This wasn't a little bit of sweat or even a spilled cup of water. The mattress was drenched as if someone had dumped an entire bucket on it. The strangest part was the pattern. It was concentrated from where her chin would have been down to about her belly button. The bottom half of the bed was relatively dry. I checked her pillow next and found the bottom half of it was soaked too, but the weird thing was the wet pattern suggested the liquid had come from above, not from the mattress underneath. The top of the pillow was dry, but the bottom was saturated, like water had dripped down onto it. I immediately looked up at the ceiling. Nothing. No water stains, no dampness, not even a slight discoloration. The walls were completely dry too. I ran my hands all over the surrounding area. The headboard, the guardrail, everything, bone dry. I climbed down and checked under the bed, thinking maybe the water had somehow come up from below, but Ethan's bottom bunk was completely dry. I even checked the floor underneath. Not a drop. By this point, my heart was racing. I've always prided myself on being logical, on finding rational explanations for things. But I couldn't explain this. It was as if the water had simply materialized out of nowhere. I went back to the top bunk and started soaking up the water with towels. The liquid was clear and completely odorless. Not like tap water, which has a slight chlorine smell in our area. This was nothing, just pure clear liquid. I wrung the towels into a bowl, collecting as much as I could. Something in my gut told me I needed to investigate this further. I should mention that I keep freshwater aquariums as a hobby, so I have water testing equipment on hand. After getting the kids settled back in our room, Maya refused to go back to her bed, obviously. I took the bowl of mysterious liquid to the bathroom for a closer look. First, I tested for ammonia, thinking maybe it was urine after all, despite the lack of smell. The test came back negative. Then I decided to test the hardness of the water. Our tap water typically measures around 360 parts per million, fairly hard water due to the limestone in our area. When I tested the liquid from Maya's bed, the reading was 555 parts per million. That's almost 50% harder than our normal water. I stood there in the bathroom, staring at the test strip, trying to make sense of it. This wasn't our tap water. It wasn't rainwater, which would be soft, not hard. It wasn't sweat or urine. What the hell was it? And more importantly, where had it come from? I went back to the kids' room, flashlight in hand, determined to find a logical explanation. I checked the window, closed and locked from the inside. No signs of leakage. I examined the ceiling again, inch by inch, completely dry. I even pulled Maya's mattress off the bed frame to check underneath. Nothing unusual. Throughout all of this, Cooper was still going crazy downstairs. His barking had subsided to a low, constant whine, but he absolutely refused to come upstairs. At one point, Sarah came to check on me, and I showed her everything. She's even more skeptical than I am, but I could see the concern in her eyes. Maybe we should all sleep in our room tonight, she suggested, her voice steady but her eyes betraying her unease. We did, the four of us plus Cooper, who finally came upstairs but paced around our bedroom all night, panting and whining. None of us slept much. The next morning I called a plumber, thinking maybe there was some bizarre explanation involving condensation or a leak in a pipe we couldn't see. The plumber found nothing. Then I called a roofer, thinking maybe water had somehow seeped in from above during the light rain we'd had earlier in the week. Again, nothing. I even pulled up the attic access in the hallway outside the kids' room and spent an hour crawling around with a flashlight. The insulation was dry, the roof showed no signs of leaks, and there were no pipes running above the kids' room that could have burst or dripped. For the next few days, I found myself obsessively checking Maya's bed, half expecting to find it soaked again. It remained dry. We bought a dehumidifier for the room, installed a carbon monoxide detector, though I knew that wouldn't explain the water, and even had an HVAC specialist check our air conditioning system. Everything was normal, but things weren't normal. The kids were spooked, especially Maya. She started having nightmares about the wet man, a figure she said stood over her bed at night. Ethan refused to sleep in his bunk and would cry if we tried to put him to bed in there. And Cooper never went back into that room. He would stand at the doorway, hackles raised, and growl softly if either of the kids went inside. About a week after the incident, I was tucking Maya in. She was back in her room by then, but in a new bed we'd bought to replace the scary one, when she said something that chilled me to the bone. "Daddy, the wet man was here before the water," she said matter-of-factly. "He stands by my bed sometimes and watches me. His clothes are all drippy." I asked her what she meant, trying to keep my voice casual while my heart hammered in my chest. "He's tall and dark," she said, yawning, "and wet, like he just came out of the swimming pool. But his eyes are really, really shiny." I tried to convince myself it was just her imagination, that she'd created this wet man to explain the inexplicable water. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. 3 months later, we still don't have an explanation. We've had the house blessed by a priest, my wife's idea, had paranormal investigators come, my desperate attempt, and even considered moving, still on the table. The water never returned, but sometimes when I pass the kids' room at night, I swear I can smell something damp and earthy, like a forest after heavy rain. Cooper still refuses to enter that room, and both kids now sleep in what used to be our home office. I've done research on water manifestation in hauntings, on poltergeist activity centered around children, on every scientific explanation I can find. Nothing fits perfectly, The hardness test still bothers me the most. Where did water with that mineral content come from? The closest match I could find was the composition of water from a limestone cave system about 50 miles from here. But how would that water appear in my daughter's bed, in the middle of the night, with no logical source? I don't have answers, just a lingering uneasiness that follows me around my own home. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I swear I can hear a faint dripping sound coming from the kids' room. But when I check, everything is dry. Maybe there are things in this world we're not meant to understand. All I know is that I'll never look at a wet spot the same way again. Story 8. I still get chills thinking about what happened that day in our apartment. It's been 3 years, but I remember every detail like it just happened yesterday. I've never told this story outside my immediate family because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. And maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I was 16 at the time, living with my parents in this old railroad-style apartment in Bridgeport. If you're not familiar with railroad apartments, they're basically a straight line of rooms. You have to walk through each room to get to the next one. Our layout went from my parents' bedroom in the back, through my bedroom, then the bathroom, kitchen, and finally the living room at the front. Not ideal for privacy, but it was what we could afford. It was a Saturday afternoon in October. The weather had just started getting cold, and I remember because I'd been wearing this oversized hoodie I practically lived in during fall. My cousin Jake, who was 14, had come over to hang out and play the new Call of Duty game I'd gotten for my birthday. My parents were cool with us taking over the living room TV, but we ended up playing in my room instead because my dad wanted to watch some football game later. We'd been playing for about 2 hours straight when we both got hungry. My mum wasn't home, she was at some work event, and my dad was in the back bedroom doing laundry or something. I remember pausing the game and telling Jake, "I'm gonna grab some snacks from the kitchen." Jake just nodded, still staring at the screen and fiddling with his controller settings. I walked through my bedroom door, past the bathroom, and into the kitchen. Our fridge was this ancient white model that made weird gurgling noises all night. I squatted down to look in the bottom drawer where my mom kept all the good stuff. Chips, cookies, those little cheese stick things Jake liked. That's when it happened. I was half inside the fridge, digging around, when I felt this presence. You know that feeling when someone's watching you? It was like that, but stronger. I glanced up, still squatting by the open fridge, and saw my dad walking past me in the narrow kitchen hallway. But something was off. He was wearing his red flannel shirt and those faded jeans with the hole in the knee. I remember this specifically because he'd been wearing a grey t-shirt earlier when I'd briefly seen him folding laundry. As he walked by, he looked down at me with this expression I'll never forget. It wasn't just disapproval or annoyance, it was pure disgust, like I was something gross he'd found on the bottom of his shoe. The look was so intense and unexpected that it actually made my stomach drop. My dad and I had our disagreements like any teenager and parent, but he'd never looked at me like that before. I stood up quickly, letting the fridge door swing closed. "What's your—" I started to say, following the figure as it moved toward our living room. But the words died in my throat when I stepped into the living room doorway. The room was completely empty. I'm not exaggerating when I say my blood went cold. The living room wasn't big, maybe 15 by 12 feet, with just our couch, TV stand, and a small coffee table. There was nowhere to hide, no other exits except the front door, which had one of those chain locks that made a distinctive sound when opened. I would have heard it. I stood there frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then I practically ran back to my room, forgetting all about the snacks. "Did my dad just walk by?" I asked Jake as soon as I burst back into my room. My voice must have sounded strange because Jake actually put down his controller and looked at me with concern. "No, nobody walked by, dude. You okay?" I felt this wave of relief wash over me. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe I was just tired from staring at the screen for too long. But then Jake added, "Your dad's been in the back room this whole time. I heard him talking on the phone like 5 minutes ago." That's when the goosebumps started. I told Jake to keep playing, that I'd be right back, and walked through my room to my parents' bedroom at the back of the apartment. The door was partially open, and I could see my dad sitting on the edge of the bed, folding a pile of t-shirts. He was wearing the grey shirt I'd seen him in earlier and basketball shorts, definitely not the flannel and jeans. "Dad?" My voice came out smaller than I intended. He looked up, normal as ever. "What's up, bud? You guys need something." Were you just in the kitchen?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He shook his head. "Nope. Been in here folding your mom's mountain of laundry for the last hour." He gestured to the piles of sorted clothes on the bed. "You didn't walk through the kitchen just now, like 30 seconds ago." Something in my tone must have alerted him, because he put down the shirt he was folding and gave me his full attention. "No, Liam, I've been right here. Why? What's going on?" I didn't know what to say. How do you tell your dad you just saw his exact double walk through your apartment? So I lied. "Nothing. Thought I heard something, that's all." I went back to my room, told Jake I wasn't feeling well, and we stopped playing shortly after. He must have noticed something was wrong, because he didn't even complain when his mom came to pick him up earlier than planned. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what I'd seen. It wasn't a stranger who looked like my dad. It was him, down to the tiniest detail. The way he walked with a slight hunch from his old back injury, the small scar above his right eyebrow from a childhood accident. Even the way his mouth turned down slightly at the corners when he was displeased. It was my dad, but it wasn't my dad. The next morning over breakfast, I finally broke down and told my parents what had happened. My mom looked concerned, but my dad, he went completely pale. "What exactly what did you see me wearing?" he asked in a weird, tight voice. "Your red flannel, the one with the missing button on the cuff, and those old jeans with the hole in the knee." My parents exchanged this look that made my stomach knot up. "Liam," my dad said slowly, "I donated that flannel to Goodwill 3 weeks ago. I haven't worn it since last winter. I felt like the floor was tilting under me, but I saw it. I saw you in it." My mum reached across the table and took my hand. "Honey, your dad hasn't owned those jeans in years. He threw them out before we even moved to this apartment." I know what I saw. It wasn't a dream or a hallucination. Whatever walked past me in that kitchen hallway looked exactly like my dad, but it wasn't him. And the look it gave me, that wasn't just disgust. Looking back, it was almost hungry. We never found an explanation. My parents suggested everything from stress to a weird reflection in the fridge, but I know better. For weeks afterward, I refused to be alone in the apartment. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked, even though it meant my dad had to walk through the fire escape to get to the bathroom at night. The worst part, sometimes, when I'm alone in that kitchen, I still feel like I'm being watched, like whatever it was is still there, waiting for another chance to, I don't know what, take his place, take mine. We still live in that apartment. My parents couldn't afford to move, and eventually the incident became this unspoken thing we all pretended never happened. But I know what I saw. Last month, I was doing homework late at night when I heard footsteps in the kitchen. I called out, "Dad," but got no answer. When I peeked out my door, I saw my mom standing by the sink, her back to me. I said, "Mom?" And she turned. For just a second, just a split second, her face wasn't right. It was like something wearing a mask of my mom's face that didn't quite fit. Then she smiled, and she was just my mom again, asking if I wanted some tea before bed. I said no, and went back to my room. I didn't sleep that night either. I don't know what's in our apartment. I don't know if it's something supernatural or if I'm losing my mind. All I know is that sometimes the people in my home aren't the people I know. There's something else, wearing my family's faces like costumes. And the scariest part is that I'm the only one who notices. Story 9. I'm still struggling to fully process what happened to my brother and me when we were kids, even though it's been almost 20 years now. I've never really shared this outside my immediate family before, but it's been weighing on me lately, especially since Ethan, my little brother, still refuses to even talk about it. This all happened when I was 10 and Ethan was 6. We lived in this totally normal suburban neighborhood in Westfield, the kind with identical houses, perfect lawns, and neighbors who'd wave at you while getting their mail. Nothing about our house seemed weird or special. It wasn't old, wasn't built on any ancient burial ground or anything like that. Just a regular 2-story house with 4 bedrooms on a quiet street. The nightmares started for me first. I remember waking up in a cold sweat one night in October, completely convinced there had been these small, dark figures standing around my bed. In the dream, they were just watching me, but their eyes, they glowed like tiny pinpricks of yellow light. I told my mum about it the next morning, and she did what most parents would do, ruffled my hair, told me it was just a bad dream, and reminded me not to watch scary stuff before bed. But the dreams kept coming back, almost the same every time. Small, shadowy things, about the size of a toddler, but wrong somehow. They moved too quick, their limbs too thin and bendy, and they weren't just watching anymore. In my dreams, they'd whisper things I couldn't quite hear, or they'd try to pull my blankets off. About a month after my nightmares started, Ethan began having them too. He'd wake up crying almost every night. At first, my parents thought he was just copying me. You know how little kids do. But his dreams were different. He said they had sharp teeth and would hide in his closet or under his bed. Classic kid fears, right? That's what my parents thought. We shared a bedroom back then. My bed was against one wall, his against the opposite, with a window between us. My parents had this baby monitor they'd kept from when Ethan was smaller, and they started using it again because his nightmares were getting so bad. One night in December, everything escalated. I remember it was freezing cold. We'd had a snowstorm that day. I woke up to Ethan screaming. Not just crying, but the kind of scream that makes your blood turn to ice. I shot up in bed and saw him sitting straight up, pointing at our bedroom door, which was cracked open a few inches. "There's a goblin," he was shrieking. "It's coming to get us, Nathan, it's coming." I looked toward the door, and for a split second, I swear on everything, I saw something duck out of sight. Something small and dark that moved way too fast. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought I was going to throw up. Our parents came running in seconds later, flipping on the lights. Dad checked under both our beds in the closet, behind the curtains. Mom sat on Ethan's bed, holding him while he sobbed uncontrollably. "It was right there," he kept saying, pointing to the hallway. "It had big eyes and little hands, and it was looking at me." My dad looked at me. "Did you see anything, Nathan?" I hesitated. I wanted to tell the truth that I'd seen something move, but the look on my mum's face stopped me. She was worried, really worried about Ethan, and I didn't want to make things worse. So I just shrugged and said, "I just woke up when he screamed." Mom stayed with us until we fell back asleep. Dad left the hallway light on and our door wide open. I remember lying there, staring at the ceiling, too afraid to close my eyes again. The next few nights were awful. Ethan wouldn't sleep at all. He'd just sit up in bed with his back against the wall, clutching his stuffed dinosaur, fighting to keep his eyes open. I wasn't much better. Every little noise made us both jump. The house settling, the heat kicking on, branches scraping against the windows. About 4 nights after that first really bad night, Ethan woke me up by shaking my shoulder. It was the middle of the night. "Nathan," he whispered, his voice shaking. "They're scratching at the window." I froze, not wanting to look. Our window faced the backyard, and we were on the second floor. Nothing should have been able to reach it. "You're just hearing the tree branches," I whispered back, trying to sound braver than I felt. "No," he insisted. "Listen." I held my breath and listened. At first, all I could hear was the wind outside and Ethan's quick, shallow breathing. But then, a soft, deliberate scraping sound. 3 distinct scratches, a pause, then 3 more. Not random like branches would make. "It's nothing," I said, pulling my blanket up higher. "Go back to sleep." But Ethan crawled into my bed instead, and I didn't have the heart to make him go back to his own. We both eventually fell into an uneasy sleep. The next morning at breakfast, my mum noticed the dark circles under our eyes. "Are you two still having nightmares?" she asked, pouring cereal into Ethan's bowl. Ethan nodded, his eyes welling up with tears. "The goblins are trying to get in through our window," he said. My dad sighed, exchanging a look with my mum. "Buddy, there are no such things as goblins," he said gently. "Then what's making the scratching sounds?" I asked, surprised at my own boldness. "It's just the tree branches," Mom said, exactly as I told Ethan the night before. "We'll trim them back this weekend so they don't scrape against the house." But I knew the maple tree outside our window didn't reach that high. Its branches were nowhere near our window. I didn't say anything, though. Things got worse over the next week. I started hearing things too, not just at the window, but inside our room. Little scuttling sounds, like something with tiny feet running across the floor or up the walls. Always when the lights were off, always stopping the instant I'd flip on my bedside lamp. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of movement from the corner of my eye, dark shapes darting under the bed or into the closet. Ethan was deteriorating. He wouldn't go to the bathroom by himself anymore, even during the day. He'd burst into tears at random times. His teacher called my parents because he'd fallen asleep in class twice that week. My parents were really worried now, but they were still convinced it was just an overactive imagination or maybe anxiety. They scheduled an appointment with the child psychologist for the following week. They also started taking turns sitting in our room until we fell asleep, which helped a little, but they couldn't stay all night. 13 days after Ethan's first major screaming episode, I remember it was a Friday night, I woke up to the sound of whimpering. It was Ethan, but not his usual crying. This was different, almost like he was trying not to make noise. I opened my eyes but didn't move, some instinct telling me to stay still. In the faint glow of our nightlight, I could see Ethan's blankets moving. Not like he was tossing and turning, but like something was moving under them, at the foot of his bed. His eyes were wide open, staring at whatever was under there, his mouth open in a silent scream. Then I saw them, small humps moving under his blanket, coming up toward his chest. 3 or 4 distinct shapes, each about the size of a football, and I heard this sound, a weird chittering like insects, but wrong. Excited somehow. I couldn't move. I literally could not make my body respond. It was like sleep paralysis, but I was definitely awake. All I could do was watch as those shapes got closer to my brother's face. Ethan's whimpering got louder. Then suddenly he screamed, a full, piercing scream that broke whatever spell was holding me. I jumped out of bed and flipped on the overhead light. "Mom! Dad!" I shouted at the top of my lungs. The shapes under Ethan's blanket vanished instantly. He was thrashing now, fighting against his covers and screaming, "They almost got me! They almost got me!" My parents burst in, my dad actually carrying the baseball bat he keeps in their closet. Mom rushed to Ethan, pulling him into her arms as he sobbed hysterically. "They were on me," he kept saying over and over. "They were grabbing me." "Shh, it's okay, it was just a dream," my mum soothed, rocking him. "It wasn't a dream," Ethan insisted. "Look!" He thrust out his arms, and we all went silent. Across both of his forearms were sets of 3 thin, red scratches. They weren't deep, but they were definitely real, slightly raised. a few with tiny beads of blood forming, and they were fresh. My dad's face went completely white. "What the hell?" he whispered, taking Ethan's arm gently to examine the marks. "I told you," Ethan cried. "The goblins are real. They tried to take me." My mom looked at me, her eyes wide with fear. "Nathan, did you see anything?" I nodded slowly. There were things under his blanket, moving. That night, nobody went back to sleep. We all sat in the living room with every light in the house turned on. My parents whispered to each other while Ethan and I huddled together on the couch under a blanket, watching cartoons with vacant eyes. The next morning, my dad went to talk to our neighbor, Mrs. Rivera, who everyone knew was really religious. She came over that afternoon with a small bottle of oil, some sage bundles, and several wooden crosses. My parents, who had never been particularly religious, didn't even hesitate. Mrs. Rivera showed them how to put a drop of oil on each window and door frame while saying a prayer. She burned the sage in every room, especially our bedroom, wafting the smoke into every corner with a feather. They hung crosses above both our beds and every doorway in the house. That night, my parents slept in our room. Mom on a camping mattress between our beds, Dad in a chair by the door. Nothing happened. For the next week, they took turns staying with us through the night. Mrs. Rivera came back twice more to burn sage. My dad even installed motion sensor lights in our hallway and bedroom. Gradually, the nightmares stopped. The scratching at the window ceased. The feeling of being watched faded. By February, things were almost back to normal. But we never forgot. How could we? Ethan developed this intense fear of the dark that he still struggles with as an adult. He refuses to watch horror movies or read scary stories. He won't even talk about what happened. As for me, I still sleep with a nightlight. I can't stand small statues or figurines. They freak me out in a way I can't explain. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment late at night, I'll hear a faint scratching sound and my whole body will go cold. Were they really goblins, like Ethan called them? I don't know. All I know is that something was in our house, something that wanted my little brother, and it left real marks on his skin. And sometimes I wonder, if my parents hadn't taken action when they did, what would have happened the next night, or the night after that? I've never found an explanation that makes sense, but I know what I saw, and those scratches weren't something Ethan could have done to himself. Whatever visited us that winter was real, and to this day I still check under my bed before I go to sleep. Story 10 to the power of. I still can't explain what happened to us in that house. It's been 15 years, but I'm writing this down because I need to get it out of my system. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. My family moved to Ridgemont when I was 8. Dad got a new job at the local paper mill, and the house we found was this massive old Victorian, built sometime in the late 1800s. It had all these weird additions tacked on over the years, rooms that didn't quite match, hallways that seemed to lead nowhere, and floors that weren't quite level. My mum fell in love with the character of the place. Looking back, I wish she'd been more concerned with what kind of characters were already living there. The first week was normal enough, just unpacking and getting settled. My sister Emma was 12, my brother Jake was 14, and they both complained about having to leave their friends behind. I was just excited about having a big yard to play in. The weird stuff started about 2 weeks after we moved in. Emma woke up one morning with these long, thin scratches on her arms. They weren't deep, but there were a lot of them, maybe 10 or 12, running from her wrist up to her shoulder. Mom thought it was our cat Jasper, but Emma swore he hadn't been in her room that night. "They don't even hurt," Emma said, while Mom dabbed antiseptic on them. "I didn't feel anything." The scratches showed up again a few days later, this time on her back, underneath her pajama top. Mom got mad at Jasper and started shutting him out of our rooms at night. But then it happened again, when Jasper had been locked in the basement all night, because we thought he might have fleas. The scratches were on Emma's stomach this time. I remember Dad examining them with this serious look on his face. "These aren't random, Carol," he said to Mom. "They're too orderly." They took Emma to a doctor, who suggested she might be scratching herself in her sleep due to stress from the move. Mom bought her mittens to wear to bed, but the scratches still appeared. That was just the beginning. One night about a month in, we were all watching TV in the living room when I noticed this dark shape slide across the wall. It wasn't like a shadow exactly, more like a smudge of darkness that moved deliberately from one side of the room to the other. "Did you see that?" I asked, but everyone was focused on the show. It happened again a few minutes later, and this time Jake saw it too. "Probably just headlights from cars outside," Dad said without looking up. But our living room faced the backyard. There was no road back there. These shadow things started showing up more frequently. Sometimes they'd just drift along the walls or ceiling. Other times they'd hover in corners, almost like they were watching us. We all saw them eventually, even Mom and Dad, but they kept coming up with explanations, tricks of the light, our imaginations, that sort of thing. Dad even called an electrician to check the wiring, thinking maybe some kind of electrical issue was causing visual phenomena. The guy found nothing wrong. Then came the night that changed everything for me. Emma had her friend Melissa over. They were 13 by then. This was about 5 months after we moved in. They were sitting at the dining room table, playing some card game, while I was on the floor nearby with my action figures. I remember the moment clearly. Melissa suddenly went completely still. The color drained from her face, and without saying a word, she stood up, walked to the kitchen, and grabbed one of our big kitchen knives. Then she just calmly sat back down with it next to her cards. "What are you doing?" Emma asked her. Melissa's voice was barely above a whisper. "There's someone watching us." We all turned to look where she was staring, the doorway that led to the addition at the back of the house. This was a weird little sunroom that had been tacked onto the main structure sometime in the 1950s. "There's a face," Melissa said, "right there, looking at us." The thing is, she wasn't pointing toward a window where someone might be peeping in from outside. She was pointing at the interior doorway, like someone was inside our house, peeking around the corner at us. I couldn't see anything, but the way Melissa was gripping that knife, her knuckles white, I believed her completely. Emma called for our parents, and Dad came running in. By then, whatever Melissa had seen was gone. She refused to stay the night and called her mum to pick her up. Before she left, I overheard her telling Emma, "I'm never coming back to your house, ever." Melissa never did come back, and she and Emma stopped being friends soon after. Our cat Jasper started acting strange too. He'd always been this lazy, affectionate cat who just wanted to sleep on your lap. But in that house, he became super vigilant, especially at night. He'd pace the hallways, growling low in his throat, his tail all puffed up. Sometimes he'd stand in front of a closed door, hissing and swatting at the gap underneath like something was trying to get through. One night, I woke up to find Jasper on my chest, his eyes fixed on my bedroom door, growling so hard I could feel the vibration through his body. I looked but couldn't see anything, but Jasper saw something, I'm certain of it. My brother Jake tried to act tough about everything. He was a teenager and didn't want to admit he was scared, but I noticed he started keeping his baseball bat beside his bed, and he stopped hanging out in certain parts of the house, especially that back sunroom where Melissa had seen the face. The scratches on Emma continued. Sometimes she'd go a week or two without any, and we'd think maybe it was over. Then she'd wake up with fresh ones in places she couldn't possibly reach herself. Her back, between her shoulder blades, the back of her neck under her hair. My parents were really struggling with what to do. They'd invested most of their savings in this house, and Dad's new job was going well. Moving wasn't financially possible, at least not right away, so they tried to normalize everything. Mom hung more crosses on the walls. Dad installed extra lights to eliminate shadows. They even had a priest come bless the house, though we weren't particularly religious. Nothing helped. Then came the incident that finally broke us. Jake had his friend Tyler over. This was about 7 months into living there. They were playing video games in the living room while I sat on the floor drawing. From where Tyler was sitting, he had a clear view down the hallway to the bathroom and the spare bedroom beyond it. I remember I was concentrating hard on my drawing when I heard Tyler make this choking sound. I looked up just as he jumped to his feet, knocking over his soda. "Oh, hell no," he shouted. "Oh, hell no." Then he bolted, not just out of the room, but straight out the front door. Jake ran after him, and I followed. We found Tyler sitting on the curb, shaking and crying. Jake kept asking what happened, but Tyler couldn't speak for several minutes. When he finally did, I'll never forget his words. "There was something in your hallway," he said. "By the bathroom. It was tall, taller than your dad. It looked like a cat, but standing on 2 legs, like a person. It walked from the bathroom into that back bedroom." Jake tried to laugh it off, saying Tyler was seeing things, but Tyler was deadly serious. "I'm not making this up," he said. "It had fur, pointed ears. It walked on 2 legs like a man, and it turned and looked right at me before it went into that room." That night, none of us could sleep. We all ended up in my parents' room, even Jake, who tried to pretend he was just there to comfort me and Emma. Dad got his hunting rifle out of the closet. I'd never seen him do that before. The next day, Mum called a realtor. 2 weeks later, we were living in an apartment across town while our house sat on the market. It took almost a year to sell, and we had to drop the price 3 times. Dad took a second job to cover the mortgage until it sold. The weird thing is, nothing ever happened to us directly. The scratches on Emma were disturbing, but not dangerous. The shadows never tried to touch us. Even the Catman thing Tyler saw didn't approach him. It was like whatever was in that house was content to just let us know it was there, watching us. I've researched the history of the house since then. Nothing dramatic. No murders or tragic deaths I could find. The land it was built on used to be farmland before the town expanded. There's no Native American burial ground or anything like that beneath it. I'm 33 now, with a family of my own. Emma's scratches stopped as soon as we left the house, and she never had unexplained marks again. Jake refuses to talk about any of it. My parents chalked it up to an old house with issues and moved on. But I can't stop thinking about what Tyler saw, a cat-like being walking on 2 legs. I've looked into folklore from around the world, trying to find something that matches his description. The closest I've found is something called a Rakshasa from Hindu mythology, or maybe some kind of skinwalker from Native American legends. Whatever it was real enough to make a tough kid like Tyler run crying into the street. Real enough to make my normally chill cat stand guard over me at night. Real enough that 15 years later, I still check the dark corners of my house before I go to bed. I don't know what was in that house in Ridgemont, but sometimes I wonder if it's still there, watching the new owners from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to let them know they're not alone. Story 11. I've been sitting on this experience for almost a year now, and I still can't make sense of it. I'm not even sure why I'm finally writing it down, except that maybe someone here has seen something similar or can help me understand what happened that night in Manila. Last summer, I flew to the Philippines to visit family. I'm Filipino-American, but I hadn't been back to the Philippines since I was like 11 years old, back in 2008. My grandmother passed away in 2010, and I never got to say goodbye properly. I guess that was part of why I finally decided to make the trip at 23. Some weird sense of closure I was looking for. My mom, 2 aunts and I stayed at my grandmother's house in Manila. It's this old 2-story place that's been in our family for decades. Since my grandmother died, nobody lives there full-time. It's jointly owned by my mom and her siblings, but they all live elsewhere now. They just keep it maintained for when family visits from abroad. When we arrived, there was this whole discussion about who would sleep where. The house has 3 bedrooms. There's an office with a pull-out bed, a large guest room with 2 beds, and then there's my grandmother's old bedroom. My mum and aunts took the other rooms, which left me with my grandmother's bedroom. I didn't think much of it at the time. It was just a practical arrangement. The first night was completely normal. I was exhausted from the 20-hour flight and slept straight through. The room itself was simple. A queen-sized bed, dark wooden furniture, some religious pictures on the walls, my grandmother was very Catholic, and lace curtains over the windows that let in just enough street light to see the outlines of everything at night. The second day, I spent time with my cousins who lived nearby. They took me out to some bars in Makati, and we had a few drinks, nothing crazy. I remember checking my phone as we left the last place. It was just after midnight. I wasn't drunk, just pleasantly tired. When we got back to the house, everyone was already asleep. I quietly made my way to my grandmother's room, brushed my teeth, and collapsed into bed around 1 in the morning. I fell asleep quickly, but something woke me up at what I later confirmed was exactly 4:12 a.m. I remember the time specifically because it freaked me out so much that I immediately checked my phone. What happened was this. I had been sleeping on my side, facing the wall. I woke up feeling slightly uncomfortable and rolled over onto my back. As I turned over, I opened my eyes, and that's when I saw it. There was someone standing at the foot of my bed. It wasn't like I glimpsed something out of the corner of my eye or saw a shadow that might have been something else. This was a full, solid-looking figure standing completely still, watching me. I could see it clearly in the dim light coming through the curtains from the street lamps outside. The figure looked human-sized, maybe slightly shorter than average. It was wearing what looked like a loose nightgown, or maybe a hospital gown, something flowing and whitish grey in the dim light. The weirdest part was that its arms weren't in the sleeves of whatever it was wearing. The sleeves just hung empty at its sides, but the face, Jesus, the face is what still haunts me. It wasn't a face at all. Where a face should have been was what looked exactly like a sunflower mask. I couldn't make out colors in the dark, just shades of gray, but I could clearly see the round center of the flower and the petals radiating outward. It was like someone wearing a paper plate mask designed to look like a sunflower, but more three-dimensional. I froze. Completely froze, couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. We just stared at each other, me and this sunflower face thing, for what felt like forever but was probably only 3 seconds. Then it just dissolved. Not like it walked away or faded out gradually. It disappeared all at once, like someone had thrown a handful of dust into the air and it just scattered in all directions simultaneously. 1 second it was there, solid as anything, and the next, it was gone. I lay there for a moment, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My breath was coming in these shallow, panicked gasps. I was sweating, but freezing cold at the same time. When I finally could move, I grabbed my phone from the nightstand with a shaking hand. 4:12 a.m. There was no way I was going back to sleep. I turned on all the lights in the room, put on my headphones and watched YouTube videos until the sun came up, sitting with my back against the headboard so I could see the entire room. Every few minutes I'd look up, terrified I'd see that sunflower face watching me from some corner. At breakfast, I must have looked like hell because my mom immediately asked if I was okay. I hesitated to tell them. I'm not usually the type to believe in supernatural stuff, but finally I just blurted it out. I saw something in Grandma's room last night. My aunts and mum exchanged these looks that made my stomach drop. I described exactly what I'd seen, and when I got to the sunflower mask part, my oldest aunt crossed herself. Maybe it was Mama, my mum suggested quietly. She knew we were all afraid of ghosts. My aunt nodded. When Papa was dying, Mama made him promise not to visit her after death because she was so scared of spirits. That didn't explain the sunflower face, though. None of them had ever heard of a ghost with a sunflower for a face. My uncle, who joined us later that morning, had a different theory. That room has been empty for years, he said. We only use it for storage when nobody's visiting. Maybe whatever is there was just curious about who was sleeping in its space. That didn't exactly make me feel better. The idea that I was sharing a room with some entity that considered it its space wasn't comforting. For the rest of my 2-week stay, I didn't sleep well. I kept the lights on in the room every night and would wake up at the slightest sound. I never saw the sunflower ghost again, but I felt like I was being watched the whole time. I even asked to switch rooms, but my aunts were sharing the guest room and my mom snores, so I was stuck. The most frustrating part is that I still don't know what I saw. My relatives in the Philippines are generally superstitious people who believe in all sorts of spirits and entities from Filipino folklore. They told me about the White Lady, the Capre, the Manananggal, and other creatures from Philippine mythology, but none of them wore sunflower masks or disappeared like dust. When I asked if my grandmother had any connection to sunflowers, everyone said no. She liked roses and sampaguita, the national flower, but never had any special affinity for sunflowers. The house didn't have sunflower decorations or patterns anywhere. I've spent months researching Filipino ghosts and supernatural entities online, but nothing matches what I saw. I've looked into the history of the house and the area, thinking maybe there was some tragic event involving someone who liked sunflowers but came up empty. My mum thinks I should just let it go. If it was a spirit, she said, it didn't hurt you. Maybe it was just saying hello. But I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't saying hello. It was evaluating me, deciding something about me, and I don't know if it finished making its decision before it disappeared. I haven't been back to the Philippines since, and honestly, I'm not sure when I'll go again. If I do, I'm definitely not staying in that house, and especially not in that room. Some nights I still wake up at 4 a.m. exactly, heart racing, half expecting to see that sunflower face staring at me from the foot of my bed. Whatever it was, ghost, hallucination, waking dream, it's burned into my memory now. Sometimes I catch myself looking at real sunflowers and feeling this irrational surge of fear. The way they track the sun throughout the day with their large heads suddenly seems less like a natural phenomenon and more like something watching, waiting, deciding. I don't know what it wanted from me that night. I don't know if it was my grandmother checking on the grandson who never got to say goodbye, or something else entirely that has claimed that empty room as its own. All I know is that in those 3 seconds when we looked at each other, I felt seen in a way I've never experienced before or since. Like it wasn't just seeing my physical body, but something deeper, something inside me. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still feel that same sensation, like something with a sunflower for a face is standing just out of sight, watching me with eyes I can't see. Story 12. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help or just bring everything back, but after seeing similar experiences on this forum, I think it's time. This happened when I was 12, back in 2005. I grew up in a small town in Ohio where nothing exciting ever happened. Maybe that's why I was so obsessed with history, especially World War II. While other kids my age were into video games and sports, I spent my allowance on history books and whatever military items I could afford. My dad encouraged my interest, even taking me to a few museums and helping me set up display shelves in my bedroom. My collection wasn't anything special, just some reproduction dog tags, a few spent shell casings, some patches and books. Nothing valuable or extraordinary. There was this surplus store downtown called Mason's Military Surplus that I'd ride my bike to at least once a week. Mr. Mason, the owner, was this gruff Vietnam vet who'd let me browse for hours. He knew I didn't have much money, but he'd sometimes put smaller items aside for me when shipments came in. It was early October when everything changed. I remember because the Halloween decorations were up in the store window, I'd been saving my allowance and birthday money for months, almost $70, hoping to find something really special. That's when I spotted it on the top shelf behind the counter, an authentic M1 helmet, the kind American soldiers wore in World War II. It was dirty and looked like it had been through hell, which only made it cooler to my 12-year-old brain. I immediately asked Mr. Mason about it, and he seemed hesitant, which was weird because he was usually eager to tell me about his merchandise. That just came in yesterday, he said, not looking particularly happy about it. Got it from a buddy who deals in European battlefield finds. I asked how much it cost, expecting him to say something way beyond my budget, but he just said $20. Even I knew that was suspiciously cheap for an authentic helmet. M1s in decent condition could go for $100 or more. This one was beat up, but still. Why so cheap? I asked, trying to contain my excitement. Mr. Mason sighed and reached up to grab the helmet. When he turned it upside down to show me the inside, I understood why. There was this dark brown crusted material lining parts of the interior, but what really caught my attention was the small jagged hole punched through the left side, right where the temple would be. There was no exit hole. Found in the Ardennes, he said quietly. Battle of the Bulge, probably. And this, he pointed at the hole. This is why it's $20. I understood what he was implying. The hole, the stains inside. This helmet had been on someone's head when they died, but instead of being creeped out, I thought it was the most fascinating thing I'd ever seen. A real piece of history. Evidence of the brutal reality of war. I'll take it, I said immediately, pulling out my crumpled bills. Mr. Mason looked at me for a long moment. You sure, kid? Maybe you should talk to your folks first. But I was 12 and stubborn. It's my money, I insisted, and it's just a helmet. He shrugged and took my $20, wrapping the helmet in brown paper. As I was leaving, he called after me, "Take care of it, Jack. Things like that, sometimes they carry weight, you know." I didn't know what he meant then. I wish I had asked. My parents weren't thrilled when I brought it home. Mom especially didn't like the idea of having something with human remains in the house. But Dad, seeing my excitement, convinced her it was educational. I cleaned up the outside as best I could without damaging it, but left the interior untouched out of respect. I placed it on my shelf next to my books, proud of my new centerpiece. That first night, I remember waking up around 2 in the morning, drenched in sweat. I couldn't remember what I'd been dreaming about, just this overwhelming feeling of panic and dread. I figured it was just excitement about my new acquisition. The second night was when the real nightmares began. I was in a forest, snow everywhere. The cold was so intense it burned my lungs with each breath. I could hear explosions and shouting in the distance. I was terrified, huddled in a foxhole, clutching a rifle I barely knew how to use. Something about the dream felt off, like I wasn't myself, but someone else. I woke up screaming. My mom rushed in, found me sitting upright, crying. I couldn't explain what had scared me so badly. All I could say was, "The trees," over and over. She stayed with me until I fell back asleep. The dreams continued, getting more vivid each night, always the same setting, freezing woods, the sounds of battle. But the scenarios would change. Sometimes I was running between trees as shells exploded around me. Other times I was carrying a wounded friend whose face kept changing. The worst ones were when I was pinned down, unable to move, as the sounds of German voices grew closer. During the day, I started feeling constantly anxious. My grades began slipping. I couldn't focus. My parents noticed the dark circles under my eyes, how I'd jump at loud noises. They thought it was just a phase, maybe too many war movies before bed, but I wasn't watching those anymore. I couldn't stomach them. About 2 weeks after getting the helmet, the nightmares shifted. Now they always ended the same way. I'd be crouched in my foxhole, trying to stay warm, when the distinct crack of a rifle would sound nearby. Then a hot, searing pain would explode through my left temple and everything would go black. That's when I'd wake up, clutching the side of my head, convinced I could feel blood trickling down my face. My parents finally took me to see Dr. Marshall, a child psychologist in the next town over. I couldn't tell him what was really happening. It sounded crazy even to me, so I just said I was having bad dreams. He asked about school stress, bullying, TV habits. Nothing about our conversation helped. He prescribed some mild sleeping pills, which just trapped me in the nightmares longer. By December, my parents were desperate. I was sleepwalking now, heading to the closet where I kept my boots and coat, mumbling about needing to get to the line and check on Wilson. My mom would find me, standing in the kitchen at 3 in the morning, staring out the window at the snow, whispering about krauts in the trees. I had no memory of these episodes. One night, my dad heard me talking in my sleep. He said later that I was speaking what sounded like disjointed phrases in a language he didn't recognize, which was impossible because I only knew English. When he tried to wake me, I grabbed his wrist with surprising strength and called him Lieutenant. The nightmares got so bad that I started avoiding sleep. I'd sit up reading until my eyes burned, downing sodas to stay awake. My parents confiscated my books about war, thinking they were feeding my imagination. Nothing helped. The strangest part was that during this whole time, I never once connected my problems to the helmet. It just sat on my shelf, gathering dust. Sometimes, though, I'd catch myself staring at it without remembering how long I'd been looking. By January, I was a mess. I'd lost weight, my grades had tanked, and I'd stopped hanging out with friends. The few times I did sleep, I'd wake up screaming about being cold or begging someone named Wilson to hang on. My mom was talking about taking me to a hospital for tests. Then one Saturday in mid-January, everything changed. I needed a new backpack. My old one had torn beyond repair. I didn't have enough money, but I knew what would solve that problem. I decided to sell the helmet. Not because I suspected it had anything to do with my problems, but simply because it was the most valuable thing I owned. I listed it on eBay with my dad's help, describing it as an authentic battlefield recovery with possible historical significance. It sold within hours for $85 to a collector in Pennsylvania. I packaged it carefully, and my dad dropped it at the post office that Monday after school. That night, for the first time in over 2 months, I slept peacefully. No nightmares, no sleepwalking, no screaming. My parents were relieved, but cautious, thinking maybe the medication had finally kicked in. But I knew something had changed. I felt lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted from my chest. By the end of that week, I was back to normal. The nightmares stopped completely. My appetite returned, my focus improved, and the dark circles under my eyes faded. Dr. Marshall called it a spontaneous resolution and credited the therapy we'd been doing. My parents were just happy to have their son back. I didn't think about the helmet much after that. Life went on, middle school, high school, then college. I stopped collecting military items, gravitating instead toward computer science. The whole experience became this weird chapter from my childhood that I mostly forgot about until 7 years later. I was in college, taking a history elective on World War II for an easy credit. The professor mentioned battlefield souvenirs and the superstitions some veterans had about them. After class, curious, I looked up some forums where veterans and collectors discussed this topic. That's when I found the threads about cursed war items. Veterans describing how certain objects they'd brought home, a knife, a watch, a helmet, had caused nightmares, strange occurrences, even health problems. Some believed these items retained energy from their previous owners, especially if they died violently. Others talked about PTSD transferring through objects. One post stopped me cold. A collector described purchasing an M1 helmet with a bullet hole through the left temple, recovered from the Ardennes. He wrote about experiencing terrible nightmares of being in the Battle of the Bulge, of dying from a sniper shot. He'd gotten rid of the helmet, and the nightmares had stopped immediately. The description matched my helmet exactly. The date of his post was February 2006, just weeks after I'd sold mine. I've spent years trying to track down that helmet, partly out of curiosity, partly out of a sense of responsibility. I've never found it, but I did manage to contact Mr. Mason before his store closed down. When I asked about the helmet's origin, he admitted he'd been hesitant to sell it to me because the dealer who found it had experienced similar nightmares. I don't know if the helmet was haunted, cursed, or if it somehow contained the memories of the soldier who died wearing it. Maybe it was just the power of suggestion, though that doesn't explain why the nightmares started before I knew its full history. What I do know is that somewhere out there, that helmet might still be passing from person to person, carrying with it the final moments of a young American soldier who died alone in a frozen forest in 1944. And every now and then, when it snows heavily and the wind blows through the trees outside my window, I still wake up with my hand pressed against my left temple, half expecting to find blood. Story 13. I'm still not sure if I should even be writing this down. It happened last week, and I haven't told anyone yet because I know how it sounds. But I need to get this off my chest because I haven't been able to sleep properly since, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I live in Russvale, in one of those old Soviet-style apartment blocks that dominate the eastern part of the city. My building is nothing special. 12 floors of grey concrete that's been slowly crumbling since the 80s. I've lived here for about 2 years now, in apartment 812 on the 8th floor. The place has its quirks. The pipes make strange noises at night. The hallway lights flicker constantly, and the elevator is ancient and temperamental. But rent is cheap, and I've gotten used to it all. Last Tuesday, I was coming home from work around 6 in the evening. It had been raining all day, and I was completely drenched by the time I reached my building. All I wanted was to get upstairs, take a hot shower, and collapse on my couch. I walked into the lobby, nodded at Mr. Petrov, the old man who seems to permanently live in the lobby chair, and pressed the elevator call button. The elevator in our building is one of those old metal boxes with the accordion-style inner doors that close manually, and then the outer doors that close automatically. It's slow, it creaks, and sometimes it stops between floors for no reason. But that day, it came down relatively quickly with its usual mechanical groan. I stepped inside, closed the inner doors, and pressed the button for the 8th floor. That's when things started to feel off. Instead of the normal hum and upward movement, the elevator made a strange clicking sound. Click, 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 like something was stuck in the mechanism. The overhead light flickered, and I felt a jolt as the elevator began to move, but it wasn't going up, it was going down. This didn't make sense. I was already on the ground floor. There was a basement level, sure, where people stored their bikes and other junk, but you needed a key to access that floor, and I hadn't pressed that button. "Hello?" I called out, more to myself than expecting an answer. My voice sounded different somehow, muffled, like I was speaking underwater. The light in the elevator flickered again, and I noticed it had changed color. Usually it's a harsh white fluorescent, but now it had taken on a sickly yellow tint that made my skin look jaundiced. The elevator continued to descend, and with each second, my unease grew. I looked at the floor indicator above the door, a simple dial with numbers that shows which floor you're on. It had changed. Our building uses Roman numerals on the indicator. I don't know why, it's just one of those weird design choices. But now they were Arabic numerals, and they weren't counting down from 1. They were counting into negative numbers. -1, -2, -3. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I jabbed at the emergency stop button, but nothing happened. I hit the alarm button, but no sound came out. I tried to pry open the inner doors, but they wouldn't budge. The elevator kept descending, picking up speed. The clicking sound had been replaced by something else, a low, rhythmic thudding that reminded me of a heartbeat. The yellow light pulsed in time with the sound. Finally, after what felt like forever but was probably only a minute or two, the elevator slowed and came to a stop. The floor indicator showed -8, the exact opposite of my floor. The doors opened with a drawn-out screech. I expected to see the basement, or maybe nothing at all, just concrete walls or darkness. What I saw instead was a hallway. It looked like my hallway on the 8th floor, but wrong. The proportions were slightly off, like it had been stretched. The walls, which should have been a faded beige, were a deep brownish red. The ceiling was higher, and the light fixtures were shaped like upside-down tulips, casting that same sickly yellow glow. I didn't want to step out, but something compelled me to. My body moved forward almost against my will, drawn by a morbid curiosity I couldn't explain. The hallway smelled strange, not bad exactly, but unfamiliar, like wet clay and something metallic. The carpet beneath my feet felt too soft, like walking on moss. I noticed the apartment numbers were the same as on my floor, but the font was different, more angular, with strange serifs that curved the wrong way. I found myself standing in front of apartment 812, my apartment number, but this wasn't my door. My door is plain white with a standard peephole and a simple brass knob. This door was dark wood, almost black, with a knocker shaped like a hand. The doormat, which should have said "Welcome" in faded letters, instead had symbols I didn't recognize, curves and lines that hurt my eyes when I tried to focus on them. The most disturbing thing was the keyhole. It protruded outward, like a small metal tube sticking out of the door rather than inward. It was as if everything was inverted, built for someone with opposite sensibilities. I stood there, frozen in place, staring at this wrong version of my door. I should have turned around. I should have run back to the elevator, but I didn't. Instead, I reached out and touched the doorknob. It was ice cold and felt slick, almost oily. As soon as my fingers made contact, I heard movement from inside the apartment. Something was in there, and it knew I was outside. I yanked my hand back, but it was too late. The door began to open on its own, slowly swinging inward with a low creak. I tried to back away, but my legs wouldn't move. I was paralyzed with fear, watching as the gap widened and revealed the darkness beyond. And then I saw it. Standing in the doorway was... I don't know how to describe it. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It was like my eyes were receiving information that my mind had no framework to understand. The shape was vaguely humanoid, but constantly shifting, with edges that seemed to blur into the air around it. It was visible and invisible at the same time, there but not there, like a glitch in reality. When it spoke, the sound wasn't actually speech. It was more like distorted audio from an old video game, digital, broken, rising and falling in patterns that almost made sense, but didn't quite form words. The closest I can come to transcribing it would be, "Emily, home now." It knew my name. It was saying my name. That broke whatever spell had been holding me in place. I stumbled backward, nearly falling, my body finally responding to the screaming in my head. The thing in the doorway moved forward, extending what might have been an arm or a tendril or something else entirely. I turned and ran back to the elevator, which thankfully was still there, doors open, that sickly yellow light beckoning me in. I slammed into the back wall, hit the ground floor button repeatedly, and pulled the accordion doors shut with shaking hands. As the outer doors began to close, I saw the thing move into the hallway. It was coming toward the elevator, that impossible shape gliding across the carpet without actually touching it. The last thing I saw before the doors fully closed was what might have been a face, a suggestion of features that rearranged themselves constantly, like smoke trying to form a portrait. The elevator began to move, but this time there was no sound at all. No clicking, no heartbeat thud, nothing. The yellow light flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. I was in total darkness, and not just darkness. It was an absence of everything. I couldn't feel the floor beneath my feet or the wall against my back. I couldn't hear my own breathing or heartbeat. It was like being suspended in a void where even gravity had ceased to exist. I don't know how long I was in that state. Time seemed meaningless. It could have been seconds or hours, but eventually the light came back on, the normal, harsh, white fluorescent, and I felt the elevator moving upward. I pressed the ground floor button again, desperate to get back to reality, to normality. The elevator ascended through what felt like an immense distance before finally stopping. The floor indicator showed 1, back to Roman numerals. The doors didn't open immediately. There was a moment, just a moment, where everything remained dark outside the elevator. And then, as if a switch had been flipped, the familiar hallway of my building appeared. The faded beige walls, the scuffed linoleum floor, the buzzing overhead lights, all gloriously normal. I practically fell out of the elevator, gasping for air. The lobby was empty. Even Mr. Petrov was gone. Outside it was dark now, though it shouldn't have been much past 6:30. I checked my phone. It was 9:45. I'd lost over 3 hours. I was about to call a friend, anyone, when the elevator doors closed behind me and the mechanism whirred to life again. The indicator showed it going up, stopping at the 8th floor. My floor. I should have left the building. I should have gone to a hotel or a friend's place or anywhere else. But some irrational part of me needed to see my apartment to confirm that everything was normal there. So I took the stairs, climbing all 8 flights on trembling legs. When I reached my floor, everything looked normal. My door was its usual plain white, with the standard peephole and brass knob. My key fit in the normal inward-facing keyhole. Inside, my apartment was exactly as I'd left it that morning. I've spent the past week trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe I was tired and hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe someone put something in my coffee at work. Maybe I had some kind of mini-stroke that affected my perception of reality. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. Something happened in that elevator. I went somewhere else, another floor, another dimension, another reality. I don't know what to call it. I haven't used the elevator since. I take the stairs now, all 8 flights every day. Sometimes at night I hear the elevator running when nobody's called it. Sometimes it stops at my floor, doors opening onto an empty hallway. I don't look at it. I pretend I don't hear it. But the worst part is, I can't shake the feeling that I brought something back with me. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see something move in my apartment. Something that doesn't quite fit into the space it occupies. And sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I think I hear that distorted voice saying my name. Emily, now. Story 14. I've been holding this in for so long, but I need to get it off my chest. I still can't explain what happened in my house, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to know. This all began about 4 months ago, shortly after my grandfather passed away. My name's Nathan, and I've always considered myself pretty level-headed. I'm 26, work in IT, and until recently, I thought I had a logical explanation for just about everything. I live with my parents in Birchwood, a quiet suburban neighborhood where nothing ever happens. Our house is a typical 2-story colonial, built in the 1980s. Nothing special about it, really. At least that's what I thought. The first incident happened on a Tuesday evening. I remember because I'd just gotten back from my grandfather's funeral, and I was mentally and emotionally drained. Dad and Mom had gone to bed early, and I was sitting at the kitchen table, scrolling through old photos of Grandpa on my phone. It was around 11:30 at night when I heard it, the front door lock rattling. Not like someone was trying to break in, but more like someone was jiggling a key in there, trying to get it to work. I froze. My first thought was that maybe Mom or Dad had gotten up to check if the door was locked, but then I heard both of them snoring upstairs. I grabbed my phone as a makeshift weapon, stupid I know, and crept toward the front door. The rattling stopped just as I reached the entryway. I checked the lock, still secured, deadbolt in place. I even opened the door slightly to peek outside. Nothing. Not a soul in sight, just the empty driveway and the street lamp casting long shadows across our front lawn. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was the house settling or the wind making the door rattle in its frame. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. The sound was too deliberate, too intentional. The next morning I didn't mention anything to my parents. What was I going to say? Hey, I think someone was trying to get in last night, but they vanished into thin air. But at breakfast, my dad brought up something that made my blood run cold. Did either of you go for a midnight stroll upstairs last night? I heard footsteps overhead around midnight. Thought it might have been you, Nathan. Mom and I looked at each other. She'd been asleep and I'd been downstairs the whole time. I felt a chill run down my spine but tried to play it cool. Must have been the house settling, Dad. These old places make all kinds of noises. He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. Funny thing is, I thought I heard talking too. Very faint, but definitely there. That's when I told them about the door. Dad immediately checked all the locks and windows, while Mom suggested it might be Grandpa saying goodbye. I didn't want to believe that. I'm not big on the whole afterlife thing. Or at least I wasn't. For the next week, things were relatively normal. I started to think maybe I'd imagined it all. Stress from the funeral, lack of sleep, whatever. Then it happened again, and again. The door rattling became almost a nightly occurrence, always between 11:30 and midnight. We'd all rushed to check, but there was never anyone there. The footsteps upstairs continued too. Dad said he heard them almost every night now. Slow, deliberate steps, going from one end of the hallway to the other, directly above his and Mom's bedroom. Sometimes they'd stop right above their bed, as if whatever it was standing there, looking down at them through the ceiling. I suggested we set up some cameras, but Dad was against it. He's always been superstitious, and I think he was afraid of what we might capture. Mom was on the fence. Part of her wanted answers, but another part was scared of confirmation. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Friday, around 2 in the morning. I couldn't sleep and was downstairs watching TV with the volume low. The living room was dark except for the blue glow from the screen. I got up to grab a snack from the kitchen, and when I turned back toward the living room, I saw it. A figure standing by the window. My heart practically stopped. This wasn't some trick of the light or a shadow. It was a solid, dark silhouette of a person. An impossibly tall person. I'm 6 feet, and this thing had to be at least 8 feet tall. Its head nearly touching our ceiling. It wasn't moving, just standing there, as if watching me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, frozen, gripping the door frame so hard my knuckles turned white. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds, I managed to fumble for the light switch. When the room flooded with light, there was nothing there. Just our empty living room, exactly as it should be. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my bed with every light on, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. The next morning, I looked like hell. Mom immediately noticed and asked what was wrong. I told them what I saw. Dad got quiet, but Mom tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe it was a shadow from a passing car. I wanted to believe her, but I knew what I saw. The activity seemed to escalate after that night. Items would go missing. Dad's reading glasses, Mom's favorite coffee mug, my headphones. We'd search the entire house, only for them to reappear days or even weeks later in the most random places. Dad found his glasses in the attic, a place none of us had been in months. Mom's mug turned up in the shed outside. My headphones were discovered neatly coiled in the bathroom cabinet behind the towels. One evening, We all went out for dinner, a rare occurrence since the strange happenings began. None of us wanted to admit it, but I think we all needed to get out of the house for a while. We were gone for maybe 2 hours. When we got back, the moment Dad unlocked the front door, we all felt it. Something was wrong. The house was ice cold, not just cool, but frigid, like someone had left all the windows open in the middle of winter. But it was June, and a quick check confirmed all windows were sealed tight. The air conditioning wasn't even running. As we moved further inside, we saw it. Papers scattered all over the living room floor, books pulled from shelves, small decorative items moved from their usual spots to form what looked almost like a path from the front door to the staircase. None of us had left it like that. It wasn't ransacked like a burglary. Nothing was broken or stolen. It was more like someone had been searching for something or trying to get our attention. Mum started crying. Dad put his arm around her and tried to keep it together, but I could see he was shaken too. "Let's clean this up," he said, his voice unnaturally steady. "It's probably just kids from the neighborhood playing a prank." But we all knew the doors and windows had been locked. There was no sign of forced entry. I volunteered to pick up the living room while they checked the rest of the house. As I knelt down to gather the scattered papers, I felt it. A distinct tap on my right shoulder. Not a brush or a graze, but 3 definite taps, like someone trying to get my attention. I spun around, expecting to see Dad, but there was no one there. The doorway behind me was empty. "Dad!" I called out, my voice cracking. "Up here!" he shouted back from upstairs. I stood there, the papers clutched in my trembling hands, staring at the empty space where something had just touched me. That was the moment I couldn't deny it anymore. Something was in our house. Something I couldn't see or understand. Later that night, as we sat in the kitchen trying to make sense of it all, Dad finally told us something he'd been keeping to himself. Before he retired, he ran his business out of our basement. His last assistant had quit suddenly, claiming she couldn't work in the house anymore because she was too scared. Dad had assumed she was making excuses, but now he wondered if she'd experienced something too. She said she always felt like someone was watching her, Dad explained. Said she'd hear whispering when she was alone down there. I thought she was just trying to get out of the job without seeming unprofessional. Mum suggested we contact a medium or someone who could cleanse the house. Dad was reluctant, but didn't outright reject the idea. I still wanted to set up cameras to get some kind of evidence of what was happening. We argued about it for a while before deciding to sleep on it. That night, lying in my bed, trying to ignore every little sound, I found myself talking out loud to the empty room. "Grandpa, if that's you, you're freaking us out. If you're trying to tell us something, there's got to be a better way." As soon as the words left my mouth, my bedside lamp flickered, once, twice, then went out completely. I froze, waiting for something more to happen. But that was it. Just darkness and silence. The next morning, I found my lamp unplugged. Not just switched off, but the plug physically removed from the outlet. I know for a fact it was plugged in when I went to bed. I'd used it to read before trying to sleep. It's been 4 months now, and the occurrences haven't stopped. Some weeks are worse than others. Sometimes it's just the footsteps or items moving. Other times it's more direct. The tapping on shoulders, the cold spots that follow us from room to room, the whispers that sound just a bit too much, like my grandfather's voice. I've tried to document it all. I set up a camera in my room without telling my parents. Most nights, nothing happens. But occasionally, the footage shows my door slowly opening and closing on its own. Once, the camera captured my desk chair rotating a full 180 degrees while I was sleeping just a few feet away. I'm not sure what to believe anymore. Is it Grandpa? Is he trying to communicate with us? Is he confused about being dead? Or is it something else entirely? Something that was here all along and we just never noticed? Whatever it is, it doesn't seem malevolent. It feels more like a attention-seeking, like a child tugging at your sleeve when they want you to look at something. But what does it want us to see? Last night was the latest incident. I was alone in the house. Mom and Dad went to visit my aunt, and I was working on my laptop in the kitchen. Suddenly, all the cabinet doors opened at once. Not violently, just opened as if someone walked by and deliberately pulled each one. I sat there staring, my fingers frozen over the keyboard. Then, one by one, they closed again. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I just sat there and whispered, "What do you want?" No answer came, at least not in words, but my laptop screen, which had been showing my work project, suddenly switched to my photo gallery. And there, displayed in full screen, was a picture of my grandfather, one I didn't even know I had. It was him sitting in our living room in his favorite chair, smiling directly at the camera. I don't have any explanation for what's happening in our house. I don't know if I'll ever understand it. All I know is that something or someone is here with us, and until I figure out what they want, I guess we'll continue this strange coexistence, jumping at shadows and footsteps, always wondering what might happen next. Story 15. I've never really shared this experience with anyone outside my immediate family. Even now, 20 years later, I get goosebumps thinking about it. I was 9 years old when my grandfather passed away. We weren't especially close, not because we didn't get along, but because he lived about 3 hours away in Oak Ridge, and visits were limited to major holidays and the occasional weekend trip. I have fragmented memories of him, his weathered hands, the smell of his pipe tobacco, and most distinctly, his laugh. My grandfather had this booming laugh that seemed to take over a room. It wasn't just loud, it had character, a deep, hearty ha-ha-ha-ha-ha that came straight from his belly. As a kid, I remember thinking it was both funny and a little scary how his whole body would shake when he laughed. My mum always said you could hear my grandfather's laugh from across a crowded room, and she was right. When he died after a short battle with lung cancer, those pipes my dad would later mutter, we drove to Oak Ridge for the funeral. I remember the drive feeling endless. My parents were quiet in the front seat, occasionally sniffling or whispering to each other. My older sister had her headphones on, staring out the window. I sat in the back seat playing with my Game Boy until the batteries died, then just watched the trees and houses blur past. The funeral itself is mostly a fog in my memory. I remember my uncomfortable dress shoes pinching my toes. I remember my mum crying softly beside me during the service. I remember adults I barely recognized patting my head and telling me what a good boy I was being. After the cemetery, everyone gathered at my grandfather's house. It was strange being there without him. His house always smelled like coffee and wood and that specific tobacco scent. But now there was something else. The overwhelming perfume of too many flower arrangements crammed into the living room. The house was packed with people speaking in those hushed, respectful tones adults use when someone has died. Plates of barely touched food covered every surface. My aunts bustled around, refilling coffee cups, while my uncles stood in corners, looking uncomfortable in their suits. About an hour into this somber gathering, I needed to use the bathroom. I remember feeling weirdly embarrassed about it, like it was disrespectful somehow to have normal bodily functions on the day we buried my grandfather. I didn't want to ask my mum where the bathroom was, because she was deep in conversation with my aunt, both of them red-eyed and clutching tissues. I knew where it was anyway, down the hallway, off the living room. The bathroom was small but clean, with faded wallpaper that had tiny blue sailboats on it. I remember locking the door behind me and sitting down, feeling relieved to be away from all those sad adults for a few minutes. Through the door, I could hear the murmur of conversations, no distinct words, just the low hum of voices. I must have been in there about 5 minutes. I was just finishing up, reaching for the toilet paper, when it happened. A laugh. Not just any laugh. The laugh. My grandfather's unmistakable ha 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 ha. It wasn't muffled or distant like it was coming through the walls. It was right there, in the bathroom with me, as clear as if he were standing right beside the sink. I froze. The laugh seemed to bounce off the tiles and wrap around me. It wasn't scary in the way monsters under the bed are scary. It was terrifying because it was so familiar, so real, and so impossible. I don't even remember washing my hands. I just remember fumbling with the lock, yanking the door open, and practically falling into the hallway. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I ran straight into the living room where most of the adults were gathered, interrupting whatever conversation was happening. Everyone turned to look at me, and I can only imagine what I must have looked like, wide-eyed, pale, and breathless. "Did someone just laugh?" I blurted out. "Did you hear someone laughing?" The room went quiet. My dad stepped forward, frowning slightly. "No, Ben. No one was laughing." "But I heard it." My voice was high and thin with panic. "I heard Grandpa's laugh in the bathroom. I'll never forget the look that passed between my parents, part concern, part embarrassment. My mother quickly came over and put her arm around my shoulders. "Honey, no one was laughing," she said gently. It wouldn't be appropriate to laugh at a funeral gathering. My Uncle Roger, my dad's brother, cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Maybe it was the pipes," he suggested. "Old houses make strange noises." But it wasn't pipes. It wasn't my imagination. It was my grandfather's laugh, the exact cadence, the exact tone, the exact ha 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 that had filled family gatherings for years. I tried to insist, but I could see I was making everyone uncomfortable. Some of the older relatives were exchanging those poor, confused child looks. My cousin Ellie, who was 13 and thought she knew everything, rolled her eyes dramatically. I felt my face burning with embarrassment. "Sorry," I mumbled, and slunk off to sit in a corner by myself. Later, in the car ride home, my mother tried to explain things in her gentle way. "Sometimes when we're sad, our minds play tricks on us," she said, turning in her seat to face me. "It's because we miss people so much." But it was real, I insisted more quietly now. It was Grandpa's laugh, exactly his laugh. My father glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "Ben, your grandfather was a good man, but he's gone now. What you heard, it was just your imagination, or maybe someone coughing or clearing their throat that sounded like a laugh." I didn't argue anymore. What was the point? I knew what I'd heard, but no one else seemed willing to even consider the possibility. Eventually, like kids do, I stopped talking about it. The incident got filed away, brought up occasionally at family gatherings as that funny thing Ben thought he heard at Grandpa's funeral, always with gentle smiles and headshakes, but I never forgot it. As I grew older, the memory remained crystal clear while other childhood memories faded. The blue sailboat wallpaper, the hushed voices outside the door, and then that laugh, vivid, unmistakable, impossible. When I was about 15, I found an old VHS tape in my parents' closet while looking for something else. It was labeled Dad's 60th birthday. My grandfather's 60th birthday had been about 2 years before he died, and I'd been 7 then. Curious, I dug out our old VCR and hooked it up when my parents weren't home. The footage was grainy and shaky. My uncle's amateur videography from before smartphones made everyone a filmmaker. There were shots of the backyard decorated with balloons, my grandmother, who passed away when I was 4, fussing over a cake, relatives I barely recognized mingling with plastic cups in hand. And then, about 20 minutes in, my grandfather opened a gag gift from his bowling buddies, a trophy with a toilet on top that said "biggest crap of the year," and there it was, that laugh. Ha 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 ha. Exactly as I remembered it, exactly as I'd heard it in that bathroom 7 years later, after he was dead and buried. I rewound and played that segment over and over, chills running down my spine each time. There was no mistaking it. The laugh I'd heard in the bathroom after his funeral wasn't some distorted memory or childhood imagination. It was precisely, exactly his laugh. I showed the tape to my parents that night. My mom got teary watching it, seeing her father-in-law alive and happy. My dad got quiet in that way men do when they're trying not to show emotion. This is what I heard, I told them when the laugh played. This exact laugh. In the bathroom, after the funeral. My mom squeezed my hand. I believe you think you heard it, sweetie. My dad just sighed and said, let's not get into this again, Ben. They still didn't believe me. Or maybe they couldn't let themselves believe me. Over the years, I've tried to make sense of what happened. I'm not especially spiritual or religious. I don't believe in ghosts haunting old houses or spirits rattling chains. But I know what I heard that day. The thing that strikes me most now, looking back, is that I wasn't scared in the moment. At least not in the way you'd expect a child to be scared hearing a dead relative's laugh. I was startled. Yes, confused. Absolutely. But there was nothing menacing or threatening about the experience. It was just my grandfather's laugh, as warm and alive as it had ever been. I'm 29 now. I've been through college, started a career, moved to a different state. My grandfather's house in Oak Ridge was sold years ago to a young family with twins. I drive past it sometimes when I visit my parents, and it looks completely different now. New siding, new landscaping, a playset in the yard where my grandfather used to grow tomatoes. I don't know why my grandfather's laugh echoed through that small bathroom with the sailboat wallpaper on the day of his funeral. I don't know if it was some kind of goodbye or reassurance or just a cosmic hiccup that allowed a sound from the past to replay itself. What I do know is that it happened. It wasn't pipes or imagination or grief playing tricks. In that moment, something unexplainable broke through the barrier between life and death, or maybe between past and present, and my grandfather's distinctive laugh filled that small space one more time. I've never had another experience like it. No other deceased relatives have made their presence known to me. No other inexplicable phenomena have occurred in my life. Just that one perfect, impossible moment when a 9-year-old boy, hiding away from a funeral gathering, heard his grandfather laugh as if he was still alive, still present, still finding joy somewhere beyond our understanding. And sometimes when I'm alone and the world is quiet, I find myself listening, just in case he ever decides to laugh again. Story 16. Have you never been the type to believe in the paranormal? I've always been more of a practical person. I like explanations, facts, things I can touch and see. But what happened in our apartment in Oak Ridge last year has completely changed how I view reality. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and I've gone back and forth about whether to share this online. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It started on a Tuesday morning in October. I remember it was around 3:30 in the morning, and my boyfriend Lucas was getting ready for his early shift as a security guard at Memorial Hospital. I was still asleep in the bedroom, and he was in the living room having his coffee and watching some car restoration show he likes on low volume. Our apartment isn't fancy, just a 2-bedroom in an older building with thin walls and creaky floors. But it was home. Lucas later told me that he first noticed something was off when he heard what sounded like whispering coming from just outside our front door. At first, he thought it might be our neighbors arguing or something, but he said the whispers had this aggressive tone that made the hair on his neck stand up. He put down his coffee mug and went to check it out. According to him, the whispering stopped completely as he approached the door. He looked through the peephole, then opened the door to check the hallway, but there was absolutely nothing there. It was completely silent and empty. Thinking he was just tired and hearing things, he went back to the couch and his coffee. But then the whispering started again, louder this time, and unmistakably coming from right outside our front door. He said it sounded angry, like someone was having a heated argument, but in hushed tones. The weirdest part was that he couldn't make out any actual words, just the sound and the tone. Lucas checked outside again. Nothing. By this point, he was getting seriously freaked out, but tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was coming through the vents from another apartment. Maybe someone was outside the building. But our apartment is on the 3rd floor, and the whispers sounded like they were literally inches from our door. He sat back down, more unsettled now, trying to focus on the TV. That's when everything escalated in a way that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. From the bedroom, our bedroom where I was sleeping, Lucas suddenly heard a deep guttural male voice shouting. Not whispering anymore, but full-on shouting. He said it was so loud and clear that he jumped up, spilling his coffee all over himself and the floor. He ran to our bedroom, genuinely terrified about what he would find. When he burst through the door, what he saw was me, lying in bed, my eyes closed, but my mouth was moving, and that same deep male voice was coming out of me. Lucas said the words were garbled and didn't make sense, but the voice was commanding, dark, and definitely not mine. It wasn't even close to my voice. It was distinctly male, deep, and had this quality to it that he described as ancient and angry. He grabbed my shoulders and started shaking me awake, calling my name over and over. When I finally woke up, I was completely disoriented. My heart was racing, I was sweating, and I felt this overwhelming sense of heaviness and dread throughout my body. I remember looking at Lucas's face. He was pale and his hands were shaking. He asked me if I was okay, what was happening, and told me I had been talking in my sleep. But when he described the voice, I felt sick to my stomach. I had been having the most terrifying nightmare of my life. In my dream, there was this shadow figure standing at the foot of our bed. It didn't have a face, just this dark, dense mass where a head should be. But I knew it was looking at me. In the dream, this thing was slowly making its way up the bed, getting closer and closer to me. It felt like it was trying to get inside me, to take over. The pressure I felt was immense, like it was physically pushing down on my chest, forcing itself into my body. The most disturbing part was that in my dream, I couldn't scream or move. I was completely paralyzed just watching this thing inch toward me. I remember trying desperately to wake up or call for help, but nothing would come out. Lucas and I sat up for the rest of the night. Neither of us wanted to go back to sleep, and honestly, I was terrified of closing my eyes again. We tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, maybe I was having some weird reaction to stress. But that didn't explain how Lucas heard the whispering before he even knew I was having a nightmare, or how a male voice came out of me when I'm very obviously female. The next morning, we were exhausted but had to get on with our day. My 12-year-old son, Tommy, had spent the night at his friend's house and was coming back in the afternoon. I called in sick to work. There was no way I could function after what happened. When Tommy got home around 4 in the afternoon, Lucas was telling him about some of what happened. A watered-down version. We didn't want to scare him. We were all standing in the kitchen. I was making Tommy a sandwich, and Lucas was leaning against the counter, explaining how he'd heard strange noises the night before. Just as Lucas got to the part about hearing the unknown voice, every single light in the apartment went out simultaneously. Every light, except for a single bulb in the kitchen pendant light above us. That one bulb stayed on, casting this eerie, dim light over us. The timing was so perfect, so precise, that there's no way it could have been a coincidence. It happened exactly as Lucas said the words, and then I heard this voice coming from your mom's room. It was like whatever had been there the night before was letting us know it was still present, still listening. Tommy's face went white. Lucas stopped mid-sentence. I dropped the knife I was holding and it clattered on the floor. For about 10 seconds, none of us moved or spoke. We just stood there, staring at each other in that single circle of light, while the rest of the apartment was pitch black. Then Tommy said, Can we go somewhere else, please? We didn't even grab jackets. We just walked out of the apartment, down the stairs, and sat in the car for almost an hour, not really talking, just processing. Eventually, Lucas suggested we go to his sister's place for a while, which we did. We spent about 3 hours there before working up the courage to go back to our apartment. When we returned, all the lights were working normally. Nothing seemed out of place, but the atmosphere had changed, like the air itself was heavier, charged with something I can't quite explain. That night, we all slept in the living room with all the lights on. None of us wanted to be alone, and I definitely didn't want to go back into that bedroom. Lucas took the day off work, and we spent the whole night just watching mindless TV, trying to distract ourselves. The thing that gets me the most is how this entity, or whatever it was, seemed to exist in two realms simultaneously. It was in my nightmare, but it was also physically present enough for Lucas to hear it whispering outside our door before I even started having the nightmare. It's like it announced itself to him first, then invaded my dreams, then demonstrated its power the next day with the lights. In the weeks that followed, we had a few more incidents. Objects moving slightly, the TV turning on by itself, that sort of thing. But nothing as intense as that first night. After about a month, we moved out. We couldn't afford to break our lease, but Lucas's sister let us stay with her until we found a new place. It's been almost a year now, and I still have nightmares about that shadow figure. Sometimes I wake up feeling that same pressure on my chest. Lucas says I never speak in that voice again, but sometimes he wakes me up saying I was whispering in my sleep. We've talked to a few people about it, friends, family, but most people just offer logical explanations or think we're exaggerating. My mom suggested we talk to her priest, but I'm not particularly religious and wasn't sure what to do. I still don't have an explanation for what happened that night. Was it some kind of entity, a ghost, a demon, or was it some weird psychological thing that we both experienced simultaneously? The timing of the lights going out the next day is what convinces me it wasn't just in our heads. Something was there with us, something that could manipulate both our minds and physical objects. Sometimes I wonder if it followed us to our new place. There are nights when I wake up at exactly 3:33 in the morning for no reason at all. The digital clock glowing in the darkness is the first thing I see, and my heart immediately starts racing. I lie there, straining to hear if there's any whispering outside our door. Tommy doesn't talk about it much, but sometimes I catch him looking nervously at the bedroom doors or staring at the lights as if expecting them to go out. Lucas still sleeps with a baseball bat next to the bed. Neither of us has ever admitted it out loud, but I think we're both waiting for it to happen again. The strangest part of all this is that sometimes, when I'm alone in the house and it's quiet, I swear I can hear that faint whispering again. It's never clear enough to make out words, just that same aggressive tone. When that happens, I leave whatever room I'm in immediately. I've learned not to investigate strange noises anymore. I don't know if writing this out will help me process what happened or just make it more real. But I needed to share it with someone who might understand or might have experienced something similar, because the truth is, I'm still scared, not just of what happened, but of what it means about the world we live in, that there are things out there we can't explain, things that can reach into our minds and our homes without invitation. If anyone has gone through something like this, or has any insight, please let me know. I feel like I'm still trying to make sense of it all, and some days I'm not sure I ever will. Story 17 mani neram. I don't know if anyone will believe this, but I need to get it off my chest. I've carried these experiences with me for 27 years now, and they've shaped who I am in ways I'm still trying to understand. My earliest memory of seeing someone who wasn't there happened when I was around 3. My mum told me about it later because I was too young to remember it clearly myself. Her cousin, who I called Uncle Tommy, had died suddenly from a heart attack. I never really knew him well, But my mom was devastated. According to my mom, I woke her up in the middle of the night about 3 days after he died. She said I was sitting straight up in bed, eyes wide open, staring right at her. But the way she described it, it wasn't really me looking at her. "Hello, Lindy. Tell Vicky I'm okay and stop crying so much," I apparently said. Then immediately laid back down and went to sleep. My mum freaked out. She shook me awake, but I had no idea what was going on or why she was crying. See, nobody called my mum Lindy except for Uncle Tommy. It was his special nickname for her since they were kids. And Vicky was his girlfriend, who was absolutely destroyed by his death. How could I have known that nickname? I never heard anyone call her that. And how would I know about Vicky's grief? That was just the beginning. When I was 4, I had this plastic toy phone I loved to play with. One afternoon, I was sitting in our living room, pretending to talk on it while my mum folded laundry. Suddenly, I looked up at her and said, "She said to tell you hi, and she misses you." My mum asked who I was talking to, and I put the phone back to my ear like I was asking the person. Then I told her, "She said she's Georgia." My mum dropped the shirt she was folding. Georgia was her godmother who died before I was born. I never met her, never saw pictures of her, never even heard stories about her. But it gets weirder. I started telling my mom about how Georgia remembered taking her to the lake when she was little, and how they got caught in a thunderstorm and had to hide under a picnic shelter. I described how they ate peanut butter sandwiches while waiting for the rain to stop and sang songs to pass the time. My mom was white as a sheet. She never told anyone about that day. It was just a random childhood memory she shared with her godmother, something that happened 30 years earlier. I had other small incidents like this, but I didn't realize there was anything weird about it. I thought everyone could see and talk to these people. They looked normal to me, not like ghosts in movies or anything, just regular people who would show up sometimes. The experience that finally made me understand what was happening came when I was 5. My mum's oldest brother, Uncle David, killed himself. He'd been fighting depression for years, but no one expected him to take his own life. Uncle David was basically my dad figure. My real dad left when I was a baby, and Uncle David stepped in. He'd take me for ice cream, push me on the swings at the park, and let me ride on his shoulders. I loved him more than anyone. At his funeral, I was confused because I could see him standing at the back of the church, watching everything. He looked sad, but calm. I kept asking my mum why everyone was crying when Uncle David was right there. My cousins, his kids, were sobbing, and I couldn't understand why they couldn't see their own dad. "He's right there," I kept saying, pointing to the back of the room. "He's wearing his blue shirt, the one with the little sailboats that I got him for his birthday." My cousins got angry. They were teenagers and thought I was making fun of them or playing some sick game. They started yelling at me to shut up, that it wasn't funny, that their dad was dead and in a box at the front of the church. I ran out of the main room crying and hid in this tiny coat closet in the hallway. I was so confused and upset. That's when the door opened and Uncle David crouched down next to me. "Hey, Isabel," he said, using his special nickname for me. His voice sounded the same, but also kind of thin, like it was coming through a bad phone connection. "Why is everyone so sad?" I asked him. "Why can't they see you?" He sat down on the floor next to me, his back against the wall. "Because I'm dead, sweetie. I died. And most people can't see people who've died." "But I can see you," I said. "Yes, you can. For now," he replied. "You might not always be able to. Some people have this gift when they're little, but it fades as they grow up." "Is it because I'm special?" I asked. He smiled that crooked smile of his. "Everyone's special in their own way, but yes, this ability of yours is unusual. Not everyone has it." I remember being so confused about what death meant. "If you're dead, how are you here talking to me?" "It's complicated," he said, "but the important part is that I'm okay. I'm not hurting anymore." "Are you going to heaven?" I asked. I don't know exactly where I'm going, he said honestly. But it's okay. I just needed to make sure you knew that I didn't leave because I didn't love you or your cousins or your aunt. I left because I was sick in a way nobody could see or fix. We talked for what felt like forever in that closet. He told me to be good to my mum and that he'd watch over me when he could. Then he kissed the top of my head. I could feel it, cool like a breeze, and said he had to go. That was the last time I had a full conversation with someone who had died. It was like Uncle David's prediction came true. My abilities started to fade after that. I didn't see full apparitions anymore, just glimpses sometimes out of the corner of my eye. But other weird things kept happening. When I was 7, my hamster died while my mom was at work. Before she even got home, I knew he was gone. I went to his cage and found him stiff and cold. I wasn't even sad because I dreamed about it the night before. Dreamed of him running through these beautiful fields of flowers, happier than he'd ever been in his little cage. When I was 12, the phone rang at 3 in the morning. Before my mom even answered it, I sat up in bed and said, "Grandpa's gone." Sure enough, it was the nursing home calling to tell us my grandfather had passed away peacefully in his sleep. In high school, I started getting these intense feelings about places. There was this one hallway near the gym that always made my skin crawl. I'd get goosebumps and feel like someone was watching me. Later, a teacher told me that a student had collapsed and died there from an undiagnosed heart condition in the 1970s. I don't see full spirits anymore, like I did when I was little, but I still have these connections to whatever is beyond our normal world. I have incredibly vivid dreams where deceased relatives visit me. Not vague dream versions. They're so real that I wake up convinced they were actually there. Sometimes I know things I shouldn't know, like when my roommate in college got into a car accident. I woke up at the exact moment it happened, heart pounding, her name on my lips. I called her immediately, and a police officer answered her phone. Just last year, I was visiting my mum and found myself drawn to this box in her attic I'd never seen before. Inside was my Uncle David's blue sailboat shirt that I'd mentioned at his funeral, the one I got him for his birthday. My mum was shocked when I found it. She said she'd packed it away after his death and hadn't looked at it since. She never told me she kept it. When I touched it, I could hear his voice clear as day saying, "Still got your gift after all, Isabel." I dropped the shirt like it burned me. I've tried researching what might be happening to me. Some call it being a medium or having the sight. Others suggest it's just an overactive imagination or coincidences I've built into a narrative. I've even wondered if maybe I have some mild form of schizophrenia, but none of the other symptoms fit. All I know is that these experiences have been happening my entire life. They're less direct now, no more conversations with the dead in coat closets, but the connection is still there. The dreams are the most consistent thing now. Last month I dreamed of my grandmother who died when I was 18. We were sitting in her kitchen and she was making her famous apple pie. The smell was so real I could taste it. She told me she was proud of me and that I should finally open that letter in my desk drawer. I woke up confused. What letter? But when I checked my desk, there was indeed an envelope I'd completely forgotten about. It contained a letter my grandmother had written me before she died, which my mom had given me at the funeral. I'd been too upset to read it then and had tucked it away. In the letter, she wrote almost exactly what she'd said in my dream. That she was proud of me and knew I'd grow up to be strong and compassionate. I still don't fully understand what's happening to me or why. I'm not religious, but I can't deny there's something beyond what we can normally perceive. And for whatever reason, I've been able to glimpse it. I don't talk about this much anymore. People either think I'm crazy or they get weird and start asking if I can contact their dead relatives. I can't. It doesn't work like that. These experiences just happen to me. I don't control them. Sometimes I wonder if Uncle David was right, if this ability is something many children have but lose as they grow up. Maybe kids are more open to seeing beyond the veil because they haven't been taught what's possible and what isn't. All I know is that my connection has changed but never completely disappeared. I still feel presences sometimes, still dream of people who've passed, still get those gut feelings that turn out to be right, and sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I swear I can hear Uncle David's laugh or catch the scent of Grandma's perfume. Just for a second. Just enough to remind me that whatever is beyond this life, it's closer than most people think. Story 18. I've never been a huge believer in ghosts or anything paranormal, but after what I've experienced in my house, I don't know what to believe anymore. I need to get this off my chest because it's getting worse, and I'm genuinely scared of what might happen next. I've lived in this old house in the countryside near Pahaka for over 7 years now. We moved here when I was 8, and from the first day, something felt off. The house itself isn't anything special. A 2-story place built back in the 1930s for road workers and their families. It sits at the base of some small mountains, completely isolated. The nearest neighbors are at least a kilometer away in any direction. My parents got it for a steal, which should have been the first red flag. The second was when we were moving in and the locals kept giving us these weird looks. One old woman at the general store actually grabbed my mum's arm and told her, "That land has seen things no family should have to bear." Mom just laughed it off, but I remember feeling cold all over when she said that. The previous owner was this elderly guy who'd lived here for over 50 years. He was strange. When we first toured the house, I noticed every room had multiple beds in it, like 3 or 4 twin beds just crammed in there. When my dad asked about it, the old man just mumbled something about being prepared, even though he admitted he hadn't had visitors in 20 years. The weirdest part, when he moved out, he left everything. Clothes in the closets, food in the pantry, personal photos, everything. My parents had to spend weeks clearing it all out. We found boxes of newspaper clippings about accidents on the nearby mountain roads, all meticulously dated and organized, and there were drawings pinned to the walls in one of the upstairs bedrooms, crude stick figures with way too many limbs. I share a room with my little sister on the 2nd floor. It's the smallest bedroom, but it has these big windows that look out over the garden where, according to local history, the original owners of the land are buried. Yeah, not creepy at all, right? The stuff I've experienced in this house, I don't even know where to begin. It started small, just feelings at first. Like I'd be doing homework and suddenly feel like someone was watching me. I'd turn around, and of course no one would be there, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Then came the whispers. My sister's bed is on the opposite side of the room from mine, maybe 10 feet away. Some nights when she's downstairs or at a friend's house, I'll hear whispering coming from her empty bed. It's not just random noises that my mind is turning into words. It's actual whispers, clear enough that I feel like I should be able to understand them, but I never can. There's also this ticking sound that comes from the wall right beside my bed. It's not regular like a clock. It's random, sometimes fast, sometimes with long pauses. My dad checked the wall, thinking it might be pipes or maybe even insects, but he couldn't find anything that would explain it. The knocking is what really freaks me out, though. It comes from inside the closet at the foot of my bed, usually around 3 in the morning. 3 distinct knocks, then silence. I've checked the closet countless times, thinking maybe something was loose or falling, but there's nothing that could make that sound. When I'm home alone, it gets worse. I'll hear footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom, heavy, slow steps that sound like someone wearing boots. Sometimes there are thumps from other parts of the house, like someone dropping something heavy. I've searched the entire house multiple times after hearing these sounds, but I never find anything out of place. About 2 years ago, my parents decided to renovate the living room. When they pulled up the old carpet, They found a concrete slab under the fireplace. Dad had to break through it to install the new heating system, and inside, we found 3 dead rats arranged side by side. They weren't just randomly there. They were positioned deliberately, facing the same direction with their tails lined up perfectly. They weren't even decomposed, which makes no sense because that concrete hadn't been disturbed in decades. A few months after that, we started hearing scratching in the ceiling. Dad thought birds had gotten into the roof space, so he went up to check. He found a live bird trapped in there. But here's the thing. There was absolutely no way it could have gotten in. The roof space was completely sealed. No holes, no entry points. Dad's a builder, and even he couldn't figure out how this bird got in there. The previous owner had told us that the land has a complicated history. We later learned from locals that in the 1940s, there was some kind of accident during a storm where several road workers got trapped in a landslide on the mountain. They found some of the bodies, but others were never recovered. People around here think they might be buried somewhere on this property. Last winter was when I started seeing them, the shadows. At first it was just glimpses out of the corner of my eye, dark shapes moving along the walls or down the hallway. I could dismiss those as my imagination or tricks of the light, but then they started becoming more substantial. Now I see full-bodied figures sometimes. They're dark, like silhouettes, but they move like real people. The first time I saw one clearly, I was coming out of the bathroom late at night. There was a man standing at the end of the hallway, tall, wearing what looked like old-fashioned work clothes. I could see him perfectly, but at the same time, he seemed to be made of darkness. I stood frozen, staring at him, and he stared back. Then he took a step toward me, and I ran back into the bathroom and locked the door. I stayed there until morning. I've seen them in other places too. A woman in the kitchen standing by the sink, her head tilted at an unnatural angle. A small figure, maybe a child, sitting on the stairs. Sometimes I'll see them so clearly that I'll ask my parents about the visitors I saw, only to have them look at me strangely and insist no one has been to the house. Last month, something happened that I still can't explain. I was in my room doing homework when my desk lamp started flickering. I figured the bulb was dying, but then all the lights in my room went out. It wasn't a power outage because I could see lights on downstairs. My room just got ice cold, so cold I could see my breath. Then my closet door slowly swung open. I was paralyzed with fear, just staring at the dark space inside the closet. Something moved in there, something darker than the darkness itself. It started to come out, just beginning to take shape, when my little sister burst into the room complaining about something, and just like that, everything went back to normal. The lights came back on, the room warmed up, and whatever was in my closet was gone. My sister has her own experiences too, though she's only 10 and doesn't really understand what's happening. She talks about the quiet people who stand in the corners of rooms. She says they watch us but never say anything. One morning she asked Mom who the man sitting on her bed was last night. Mom thought she was making it up, but the look on my sister's face, she wasn't making anything up. The house seems to be getting more active lately. Objects move when no one's looking. We'll put something down, turn away for a second, and it'll be somewhere else when we look back. My mum lost her wedding ring for a week, only to find it in the center of the kitchen table one morning, a place it definitely wasn't the night before. Dad found an old journal in the attic a few weeks ago. It belonged to someone who lived here in the 1950s. Most of it is just daily life stuff, but there are entries that mention unwelcome guests and shadows that shouldn't be there. One entry stood out to me. They're getting bolder. They no longer hide. They stand at the foot of my bed every night now. I don't think they mean harm, but they want something from me. I just don't know what. Last night was the worst it's ever been. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of someone calling my name. It sounded like it was coming from right next to my ear, but when I sat up, my room was empty. Then the ticking in the wall started, faster than I'd ever heard it before, almost frantic. My door slowly opened, even though I always lock it at night. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just watched as a shadow stepped into my room. It was shaped like a person, but somehow wrong, too tall, limbs too long. It stood at the foot of my bed for what felt like hours, just watching me. I could feel it looking at me, even though it didn't have a face. Then it spoke, not out loud, but in my head. It said, "We've been waiting for you to notice us." I must have passed out after that, because the next thing I remember is waking up this morning with my blankets on the floor and my bedroom door wide open. I don't know what to do anymore. My parents don't believe me when I try to tell them what's happening. They think it's just an overactive imagination or maybe anxiety, but it's getting worse, and I'm scared of what might happen next. These entities, ghosts, whatever they are, they're becoming more real, more present every day. I've started researching the history of this land more deeply, trying to understand what might be causing all this. Some local records mention that before the road workers' housing, there was some kind of dispute over the land between early settlers and the native people who lived here. Whatever trauma this land has witnessed, it's left a mark that won't fade, and now we're living right in the middle of it. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I'm desperate for advice on how to handle this situation. I don't think moving is an option for my family right now, but I don't know how much longer I can live with these presences. The ticking in my wall started again as I was typing this. It's getting louder. Story 19. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking a bit. I guess I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened about 8 years ago when I was 17. My mom, my little sister, and I had moved into this old house in rural Tennessee after my parents split up. It was all we could afford, this run-down place with peeling paint, creaky floorboards, and windows that never quite sealed right. The kind of place where you're constantly battling drafts in winter and bugs in summer. My mum started dating this guy Eric about 3 months after we moved in. At first, he seemed okay. He had a job at the local factory, helped with bills, and was decent to me and my sister. But things changed after he lost his job and started smoking weed constantly. Not that I have anything against weed, but whatever he was getting was messing him up bad. He'd go through these periods where he'd become completely paranoid, talking non-stop about spirits and demons watching us. "This house has something in it, Sam," he'd tell me, his eyes all bloodshot and wild. "I can feel them watching us when we sleep." I'd roll my eyes and tell him to lay off whatever he was smoking, but honestly, the house did feel off. I'd hear noises at night, not just normal house-settling sounds, but deliberate creaks, like someone walking down the hallway. I'd feel cold spots in rooms, even during the hottest summer days. But I chalked it up to the house being old and my imagination being overactive after listening to Eric's paranoid ramblings. Mom was working night shifts at the hospital as a cleaner, leaving me to deal with Eric and watch my sister most nights. My sister would fall asleep early in her room, and I'd usually camp out on this old sagging couch in the living room to watch TV until I dozed off. This particular night in July, it was sweltering hot. We had this ancient window air conditioner that rattled and wheezed, but barely cooled anything. The couch was positioned right under the living room's main window, which had these cheap plastic blinds that were broken in spots, especially near the AC unit where they'd been bent to accommodate the exhaust hose. My head would rest right next to this gap when I slept on the couch. I remember falling asleep watching some reality show with Eric in his bedroom doing whatever he did in there. My mum wouldn't be home until around 6 in the morning. I woke up disoriented. You know that feeling when you don't know if it's been minutes or hours? The TV was still on, playing some infomercial, the volume turned down low. I fumbled for my phone to check the time but couldn't find it in the dark, so I turned to look out the window, thinking I could at least tell if it was still the middle of the night or close to dawn. That's when I saw him. Right outside the window, not more than 2 feet from my face, was a boy, just standing there, staring directly at me. He looked about 10 years old, wearing a dirty white baseball uniform with red trim and a matching cap. But something was wrong. His skin had this greyish tinge to it, like an old black and white photo that someone had tried to colorize, but got the skin tone completely wrong. His clothes were dirty and torn in places, but in an old way, not like a kid who'd just been playing in the dirt. What really got me, what still haunts me to this day, were his eyes. They were empty, not just expressionless, but hollow, like there was nothing behind them. Yet somehow they conveyed the most profound sadness I've ever felt. It wasn't in his face. His face was completely blank. But those eyes somehow radiated pure sorrow, like he was carrying the weight of something terrible. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't make my body respond. I wanted to scream, to run, to at least pull the covers over my head like a little kid, but I was completely frozen. All I could do was stare back at him through that gap in the blinds, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might break my ribs. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever. There was no sound except the hum of the air conditioner and the muted TV. I couldn't even hear myself breathing. I'm not sure I was breathing at all. Then I heard footsteps behind me, and Eric's voice whispered, "You see him too." Those 4 words sent ice down my spine, because up until that moment, there was still this tiny part of my brain telling me I was dreaming or hallucinating from the heat. But Eric saw him too. It was real. I still couldn't speak or move. Eric walked past me to the window, and I remember thinking he was insane to get closer to, whatever that was. He pulled the blinds up completely, and the boy didn't move, didn't react, just kept staring with those hollow, sad eyes. Then Eric did something that still makes no sense to me. He started talking to the boy, his voice low and calm, like he was talking to a normal kid who'd shown up at our door in the middle of the day, not some ghostly apparition in the middle of the night. "Hey, buddy," he said. "You lost? You looking for someone?" The boy didn't respond, didn't blink, just stared. "You can't stay here," Eric continued. "This isn't your place anymore. You need to go home now." And then, God, I get goosebumps even typing this. The boy slowly turned his head to look at Eric. It was the first movement he'd made, and it wasn't natural. It was too smooth, too mechanical, like a doll being rotated rather than a person moving their head. His expression never changed. He didn't speak. But after a moment of looking at Eric, he turned and walked away from the window. His walk was wrong too, stiff and formal, like someone mimicking walking without really understanding how it works. I finally managed to turn my head to follow where he was going, but he just disappeared, not like he walked out of sight, but like he literally faded away after a few steps. 1 second he was there, and the next he wasn't. I started crying then, these silent tears just streaming down my face. Eric closed the blinds and sat on the edge of the couch. "It's okay," he said. "He's gone now." "What the hell was that?" I finally managed to ask, my voice barely a whisper. Eric looked at me with these completely lucid eyes, clearer than I'd seen them in weeks. "One of the residents," he said simply, like that explained anything. I demanded more of an explanation, but all he would say was that the boy had been hanging around for a few weeks and that he wasn't dangerous, just lost. "How do you know?" I asked. "Because I've seen things like him before," Eric said. Then he got up and went back to his room, leaving me alone on the couch, terrified out of my mind. I didn't sleep another minute that night. I turned on every light in the living room and sat there, watching that window until the sun came up. I told my mom everything when she got home, but she just looked tired and said Eric's paranoia was rubbing off on me, that I'd probably had a nightmare triggered by his constant ghost talk. The weird thing is, When I brought it up to Eric the next day, he acted like he had no idea what I was talking about. He laughed and said I must have had a bad dream. When I insisted it was real, that he had been there too, he got this strange look on his face and told me to stop making stuff up, and that's how it's been ever since. He completely denies it ever happened. Mom broke up with him about a year later for unrelated reasons, and I haven't seen him since. But his denial still messes with my head. Sometimes I wonder if I really did dream the whole thing. But then I remember those eyes, that unnatural movement, and the absolute terror I felt, and I know it was real. We moved out of that house 6 months after the incident. I never saw the baseball boy again, but sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone's watching me through my window. I keep my blinds closed tight now, no gaps, and I never ever sleep next to windows anymore. I've looked into the history of that house since then. I couldn't find anything about a boy dying there, but there was a little league field about half a mile away that was bulldozed in the 70s to build a strip mall. Sometimes I wonder if he was looking for his field, or his team, or whatever kids who die too young look for. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that those empty, sorrowful eyes have stayed with me, and sometimes when I close my own eyes, I can still see him standing there, watching me through the window, waiting for something. And I'm terrified that someday he'll come back to find it. Story 20. I still don't know how to explain what happens when Emma and I are together. I'm not even sure I should be sharing this, but I need to put it somewhere. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help us understand what's been following us for over 10 years now. Emma and I met in elementary school when we were 9. We clicked right away, the kind of friendship where you finish each other's sentences, but I quickly realized something was off about her house. The first time I slept over, I woke up with 3 long scratches down my back. They weren't there when I showered the night before. Emma wasn't surprised at all. She just said, "Oh, it got you too," like it was normal. That should have been my first warning. When we were 11, Emma told me about being dragged under her bed. She was lying there one night when she felt something grab her ankle. At first she thought it was her little brother playing a prank, but then she was yanked so hard she fell to the floor and was pulled halfway under the bed frame. She screamed and her parents came running. They found her crying, with bruises forming around her ankle in the shape of fingerprints. Her brother Aidan was only 8 at the time, but he'd wake up the whole house screaming about dreams where he was surrounded by dead babies. Not like cartoon babies or anything. He described them in such graphic detail that his parents took him to therapy. The therapist said it was just an overactive imagination, but I don't think imaginations leave physical marks. I hated going to Emma's house, but she was my best friend. Every time I visited, something would happen to me. I'd get random nosebleeds that would start pouring out of nowhere. Once in her basement, I had a tantrum so severe, her parents had to call my mom to pick me up. I'm not a tantrum person, never was, even as a little kid. But in that basement, I felt like I was being crushed from the inside, like something was squeezing my brain until I couldn't control myself anymore. I remember screaming until my throat was raw while Emma's parents tried to calm me down. The worst part? I have no memory of what triggered it. One minute we were playing with her Barbies, the next I was on the floor, hysterical. When Emma's family finally moved to a different neighborhood when we were 14, I thought whatever was happening would stop. It didn't. The first time Emma visited my house after they moved, we were watching TV in my living room when the television started turning on and off by itself. Not like a power surge. The remote was on the coffee table, untouched. It would turn off, wait exactly 3 seconds, turn back on, wait 3 seconds, off again. After the 5th cycle, we unplugged it entirely. It turned on again anyway. We've tested this stuff over the years. We'll sit in complete silence, phones away, not moving, and just listen. The knocking always starts within 15 minutes. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks, pause. Sometimes it's on the walls, sometimes the ceiling, sometimes it sounds like it's coming from inside the furniture. Last month, we were hanging out in my bedroom when we both heard a child crying. It wasn't coming from outside or another room. It was like it was right between us, but there was nothing there. The crying turned to laughter, then to screaming, then back to crying. We recorded it on Emma's phone, but when we played it back, all we could hear was our own frightened breathing. The weirdest part of all this, it only happens when Emma and I are together. Never when I'm alone, never when I'm with my other friends or family, just Emma. And she says the same thing. Her house is completely normal until I come over. What happened 2 days ago is why I'm finally writing this all down. Emma came over to watch movies and hang out. We were in my kitchen making popcorn when the lights suddenly went out. Just in the kitchen. The rest of the house was fine. The microwave, fridge, everything just died. My parents were in the living room and they confirmed the breaker hadn't tripped. The power came back after exactly 10 minutes. We took our popcorn to the dining room, trying to laugh it off when the chairs started to move. Not sliding across the floor or anything dramatic like that. It was subtle. The wooden chairs started squeaking like someone was sitting down and shifting their weight. We could see the pressure points on the cushions depressing, like invisible people were joining us at the table. I was so scared, I couldn't move. Emma grabbed my arm and whispered, "We need to leave." As soon as we stood up, the chair movement stopped. We went up to my room and locked the door, both of us shaking. About an hour later, Emma went to the bathroom and screamed. I ran in and found her staring at her reflection. She had scratches all over her arms and neck, fresh ones that were just starting to bead with blood. When I looked down at my own arms, I had them too. These weren't just random marks. They were deliberate. 3 parallel lines, evenly spaced, just deep enough to break the skin. The same pattern as the very first time I slept at her house 10 years ago. Emma left early that night. Neither of us wanted to be alone, but we were more afraid of what might happen if we stayed together. As soon as she drove away, my house felt normal again. The oppressive feeling lifted, like a storm cloud passing. We've compared notes so many times over the years. We've tried sage, crystals, prayers, ignoring it completely. Nothing works. The activity has only gotten stronger as we've gotten older. There was a period during high school when we didn't see each other for almost 6 months because of conflicting schedules. When we finally hung out again, it was like whatever this thing is had been storing up energy. The lights in my entire house flickered for hours. My dog refused to come upstairs where we were. We both got the worst headaches of our lives, simultaneously, like something was pressing against our skulls. We've tried to research what could cause this. Most paranormal stuff is tied to locations, not people. But this follows us. It's like our combined energy creates some kind of doorway or magnet for whatever this is. The closest explanation we've found is that some entities can attach themselves to people instead of places. But why would it only manifest when we're together? It's like our friendship itself is haunted. I've had other best friends throughout the years. Nothing weird ever happens with them. Emma has too. Same thing, completely normal experiences. It's just us, just Emma and me. Last year we did an experiment. We went to a hotel 3 towns over, somewhere neither of us had ever been, and got a room for the night. We set up a camera and voice recorder, thinking maybe we could finally catch proof. Within 20 minutes of checking in, the bathroom sink turned on by itself. Full blast. The water was scalding hot, steaming up the mirror. When the steam cleared, there was a handprint, too small to be either of ours, like a child's hand. The recording picked up whispers throughout the night, even though we were both asleep. When we enhanced the audio later, it sounded like a little girl saying, "Play with me," over and over, but the words were stretched out and distorted. The camera caught both of us sleeping, but at exactly 3:33 in the morning, we both sat up in bed simultaneously, eyes open, and had a conversation. But it wasn't our voices coming out of our mouths. The voices were deeper, with some kind of accent I couldn't place. When we watched it back the next day, neither of us had any memory of sitting up or talking. I wish I could say that was the scariest part, but it wasn't. The scariest part was what the voices said. They're still connected. Yes, the bond is strong. Should we tell them? No, not yet, they're not ready. How much longer? Soon, the vessel is nearly prepared. Then we both laid back down at exactly the same time and went back to sleep. The camera caught 3 more hours of us sleeping peacefully before the battery mysteriously died. I don't know what we're connected to or what vessel is being prepared. We've analyzed that video 100 times, trying to prove it was fake or manipulated somehow. It wasn't. I've thought about ending our friendship so many times just to make it stop. Emma has too. But something always pulls us back together, like we're meant to see this through to whatever end is coming. The scratches from 2 nights ago are still visible on my arms. They're healing, but slowly, and they itch like crazy at exactly the same time every day, 3:33 in the afternoon. Emma texted me this morning to say her scratches are doing the same thing. We're meeting again tomorrow to figure out what to do next. Part of me is terrified to be in the same room with her again, but part of me feels like we need to face this together. Whatever's been following us for 10 years is getting bolder, and I don't think it's going to stop until it gets what it wants. I just wish I knew what that was. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice, please let me know. I'm running out of explanations, and I'm scared of what might happen the next time Emma and I are together. Story 21. I'm still not sure if I should be writing this, but I need to tell someone. I can't talk to my friends about it. They'd think I'm crazy. Hell, sometimes I think I am. But the marks were real. The blood was real, and I know what I experienced. It first happened about 3 years ago. I'd been having a rough few weeks at work, staying late most nights trying to finish this massive project. I was exhausted, barely sleeping 4 hours a night, living on energy drinks and takeout. By Friday, I was completely drained. I remember collapsing into bed around 11, not even bothering to change out of my work clothes. I just needed sleep. The dream started normally enough. I was wandering through what looked like a supermarket after hours. You know that eerie feeling when you're in a usually busy place that's completely empty? It was like that. The fluorescent lights were dimmed, making everything look shadowy and wrong. I remember the sound of my footsteps echoing off the linoleum floors as I walked down the aisles. Everything was in disarray, products knocked over, some shelves completely empty. I kept walking toward the back of the store, feeling like I was being pulled there by something. That's when I noticed the windows. Through the glass doors at the front of the store, I could see. I don't even know how to describe it properly. It wasn't normal darkness outside. It was like the whole world was on fire, not bright orange flames, but this deep blood-red glow. The sky looked like it was burning, but in slow motion. No sound, just this hellish light filtering in. I wanted to leave, to run away from whatever was happening, but my body kept moving deeper into the store. Suddenly the scene shifted. You know how dreams can just change without any transition. One moment I was in the supermarket, and the next I was lying on this ornate bed. It was this massive, antique-looking thing, with dark wood posts and these deep crimson sheets, the kind of bed you'd see in some gothic horror movie. That's when I realized I couldn't move. Not a single muscle. It wasn't like being tied up. There were no restraints. It was like my body had completely shut down while my mind was fully awake. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, but couldn't even lift a finger. I've had sleep paralysis before, but this was different. This felt deliberate, like something was holding me there. I tried to scream, but nothing came out, not even a whisper. Just this pathetic, strangled feeling in my throat. And then I saw it emerge from the shadows at the foot of the bed. At first glance it looked almost human, a woman with a face that seemed strangely familiar, though I couldn't place why. But as it moved closer, I realized how wrong it was. Its skin had this subtle reddish tint, not bright red like a cartoon devil or anything, but like human skin with too much blood beneath the surface. And its body, while shaped like a woman's, moved wrong, too fluid, like its bones weren't quite solid. But the most disturbing parts were the horns and wings. The horns curved from its temples, not straight like a bull's, but in this twisted spiral pattern, like a snail's shell. And the wings, they weren't feathered like an angel's, or leathery like a bat's. They were thin, almost translucent, with visible veins running through them. Its eyes were the worst part. They were beautiful, this deep, unnatural amber color, but completely emotionless. Not cruel or angry, just empty, like looking into the eyes of a shark. I couldn't look away as it climbed onto the bed and straddled me. I could feel its weight on my body, actual physical weight, not just dream sensation. It leaned down close to my face, and I could smell its breath like cinnamon and copper. It whispered something to me that I couldn't understand, like it was speaking through water. What happened next is hard to explain without sounding crude, but it was sexual. The thing began moving on top of me in a way that was both pleasurable and deeply wrong. I couldn't participate, couldn't move at all, but my body responded anyway. The whole time I was terrified, but also, I don't know how to say this, aroused. It was like it knew exactly what would appeal to me physically while horrifying me mentally. Near what felt like the end, it leaned down and bit my neck. Not a gentle bite. It hurt. Sharp, piercing pain that cut through everything else I was feeling. I remember trying to scream again, and this time, I think I actually made a sound. Then nothing. Blackness. The next thing I knew, my alarm was going off and sunlight was streaming through my bedroom window. I woke up feeling like I hadn't slept at all. My whole body ached like I'd run a marathon, and I had this pounding headache right behind my eyes. I stumbled to the bathroom to splash some water on my face, trying to shake off the dream. That's when I saw them in the mirror. 2 red marks on the side of my neck, right where the thing had bitten me. They weren't big, maybe the size of a pencil eraser each, but they were definitely there. I touched them and winced. They were tender like fresh bruises. My first thought was that I'd somehow scratched myself in my sleep, or maybe it was some weird rash. I took a quick shower, hoping they'd wash away, but they didn't. They stayed there, 2 perfect little red dots, like someone had pressed the end of a pen hard against my skin. When I went back to my bedroom to get dressed, I noticed something on my pillow, a small, dark stain. I touched it. It was dry, but still slightly tacky. Blood. Not a lot, just a small spot, about the size of a quarter. I sat on the edge of my bed for a long time, trying to make sense of what had happened. The rational part of my brain was coming up with explanations. I'd had a nosebleed in my sleep, or bit my lip, or scratched a pimple. The marks on my neck were probably from lying awkwardly on something. The dream was just stress and exhaustion. But another part of me knew better. Those marks were exactly where the thing had bitten me. The blood was real, and that dream, it had felt more real than anything I'd ever experienced. I tried to forget about it, threw the pillowcase in the wash, put a band-aid over the marks on my neck, and went about my life. The marks faded after a few days, and I convinced myself it had just been a particularly vivid nightmare, combined with some weird coincidence. Until it happened again, 2 years later. I wasn't particularly stressed this time. Life was actually going pretty well. I'd been promoted, moved to a nicer apartment, was dating someone I really liked. No reason for my subconscious to be freaking out. This time, I found myself in what looked like a medieval castle or fortress. Stone walls, narrow windows, torches in sconces. Again, through the windows, I could see that same hellish glow outside, like the world was burning. I was in some kind of great hall with a massive fireplace, but the fire gave off no heat, and again I suddenly found myself lying on a bed, different this time, more like a primitive cot with furs instead of sheets. but I was just as paralyzed as before. When the thing appeared, I recognized it immediately. Same reddish skin, same snail-shaped horns, same translucent wings. But its face had changed. It still looked familiar, but in a different way. It took me a moment to realize that it had taken on features that resembled my girlfriend. Not exactly her, but similar enough that the resemblance was unmistakable. It knew. Somehow, it knew who was important to me now. The encounter played out almost exactly like the first one. The thing mounting me, the feeling of being used, the bite at the end, the same pain, the same inability to move or scream properly. When I woke up, I already knew what I'd find. 2 marks on my neck, in the exact same spots as before, blood on my pillow. That same exhausted feeling, like something had drained me. My girlfriend was staying at her place that night, thankfully. I don't know how I would have explained the marks or my behavior. I felt violated and shaken in a way I couldn't articulate. That was 6 months ago. I haven't had another encounter since then, but I'm terrified of it happening again. I've researched everything I can find on sleep paralysis, on succubi and incubi, on dream entities. Some of it resonates, but none of it fully explains what happened to me. The thing that gets me is the physical evidence, the marks, the blood. How does a dream leave real marks on your body? How does a nightmare make you bleed? I've started sleeping with the lights on. I've put cameras in my bedroom. I've even considered moving, though I don't think it would help. Whatever this thing is, I don't think it's tied to a place. I think it's tied to me, and I think it'll be back. Story 22. I still get chills thinking about what happened during what was supposed to be a fun birthday weekend in Harbor Heights last month. My boyfriend Marcus had surprised me with a reservation at this cute boutique hotel near Union Square, the kind with locally made furniture, quirky artwork in the hallways, and those fancy toiletries that make you want to steal them. 4 stars, great reviews, the whole package. I should probably mention that I grew up in the Philippines, where pretty much everyone has a ghost story. My family definitely had their share. My older sister once saw our deceased grandfather sitting at the kitchen table. My mom would tell us about voices calling her name when nobody was home, that sort of thing. I'd had my own experiences too. Lights flickering when I talked about certain topics, feeling watched in empty rooms. But nothing that terrified me. I always called them my mild paranormal encounters, not like my siblings who'd seen full-on apparitions. Anyway, Marcus doesn't believe in any of that stuff. He's the type who needs scientific evidence for everything, which is usually fine. We balance each other out that way. But that weekend, God, I wish I'd trusted my instincts earlier. We checked in around 3 in the afternoon. The lobby was gorgeous, exposed brick walls, these huge potted plants, and a friendly receptionist who gave us warm cookies. Our room was on the 2nd floor, room 213. It seemed normal enough at first. King bed with crisp white sheets, a small sitting area with a love seat by the window overlooking the street, bathroom with a rainfall shower. I remember thinking the room felt a bit cold despite the summer heat outside, but the air conditioning was running, so I didn't think much of it. That first day was perfect. We wandered around town, had an amazing seafood dinner at this little place on the waterfront, and came back to the hotel around 11 at night. I was exhausted, so we got ready for bed right away. Marcus fell asleep almost instantly, but I stayed up scrolling through my phone for about half an hour before finally drifting off. I woke up around 3 in the morning, absolutely parched. My water bottle was on the nightstand, but it was empty, so I decided to refill it in the bathroom sink. I remember specifically closing the bathroom door when we went to bed because Marcus hates when the bathroom light automatically turns on in the middle of the night if one of us gets up. So I'm sitting there on the edge of the bed trying to get my bearings in the dark when the bathroom door just opened. Not like a slow creaking open either. It swung open like someone had pushed it from the inside. I screamed. I'm not proud of it, but I did. Marcus bolted upright, asking what was wrong. When I told him the bathroom door had opened by itself, he just mumbled something about, "It's just the air," and rolled back over. But here's the thing, that door had a latch that clicked when it closed. It couldn't just swing open from air pressure. Someone would have had to turn the handle and push it. I sat there frozen for a good 5 minutes, staring at that open doorway. Finally, I built up the courage to walk over and peek inside. Empty, of course. I quickly filled my water bottle and practically ran back to bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. The next morning I told Marcus again what happened, but in daylight it seemed less scary. He suggested maybe I hadn't closed it properly, or maybe the latch was faulty. I wanted to believe him, so I did. We spent most of the second day out exploring, which was great. But when we got back to the room that evening, I started noticing things, tapping sounds on the walls. At first, I thought it was just noise from other rooms or the street outside. But it had this deliberate quality to it. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps, over and over. I asked Marcus if he heard it, but he was watching something on his phone with earbuds in and just shook his head. The tapping eventually stopped, but I couldn't shake this feeling of unease. It was that same sensation I'd get back home when something paranormal was happening, like the air gets thicker somehow, and there's this pressure behind your eyes. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. Marcus was out cold beside me, but I kept hearing little sounds, the rustle of something in the corner where we'd hung our clothes, the occasional creak that wasn't quite right for a settling building, and the tapping came back, but now it was on the windows, always in pairs, tap tap, pause, tap tap. I pulled the covers over my head like a child, and eventually fell into a restless sleep. The third day was our last full day, my actual birthday. We had a fantastic time in town. Marcus took me shopping. We had cake at this amazing bakery, and then a fancy dinner. I almost forgot about the weird occurrences in the room. Almost. We got back to the hotel around 10 that night. I was tired but happy. We showered, got ready for bed, and I was actually looking forward to going home the next day. Marcus fell asleep quickly again, but I stayed up reading on my phone for a while. That's when things got really bad. I felt it first. This heavy energy on my side of the bed, like someone was standing there watching me. The room temperature dropped dramatically. I could see my breath in the air. The tapping started again, but louder this time. And it wasn't just on the walls or windows anymore. It seemed to come from all around us, like we were surrounded. Then I heard it, a distinct ruffling sound coming from the corner where our suitcases were. It sounded exactly like someone digging through our clothes, searching for something. I froze, my phone clutched in my hand, too terrified to look over there. The tapping on the walls intensified, and now there were knocks on the windows too, always in pairs. Knock, knock, pause, knock, knock. The ruffling sounds continued, getting more frantic, like whoever, whatever was over there was getting frustrated at not finding what they were looking for. I wanted to wake Marcus, but I was literally paralyzed with fear. My mouth was open in a silent scream, but no sound would come out. The temperature kept dropping until I was shivering violently. And then it happened. There was a loud thud in that same corner, like someone had deliberately picked something up and dropped it on the floor. That broke my paralysis. I screamed so loud I'm surprised the whole hotel didn't come running. Marcus shot up in bed, completely disoriented. What's happening?" he kept asking, fumbling for the light switch. When the lights came on, there was nothing. No person in the corner. No explanation for the thud. Our suitcases looked untouched. The room temperature was normal again. The tapping and knocking had stopped, but I knew what I'd heard, what I'd felt. "Something's in here," I whispered to Marcus, who was looking at me like I'd lost my mind. "There's something in this room with us." He checked the entire room, even looking under the bed and in the closet, like we were in some horror movie. Nothing. He tried to convince me it was just a nightmare, but I hadn't been asleep. I knew what I experienced was real. I refused to turn the lights off again. We sat up for the rest of the night, me huddled against Marcus, jumping at every little sound. He kept trying to comfort me, but I could tell he was freaked out too, even if he wouldn't admit it. When morning finally came, we packed our things faster than we ever had before and checked out an hour early. The receptionist asked if everything was okay, and I almost told her what happened, but Marcus squeezed my hand in warning. He didn't want me making a scene or sounding crazy. Once we were in the car and driving away, I felt like I could breathe again. That's when I decided to look up the hotel on my phone. I typed Harbor Heights Hotel Haunted into the search bar, and my blood ran cold. There were dozens of reviews and forum posts from people who'd stayed there and experienced paranormal activity. Many specifically mentioned Room 213. Some reported hearing tapping on walls and windows. Others felt watched. A few even described the sensation of someone going through their belongings. One review from 2 years ago said, "Something in room 213 opened our bathroom door in the middle of the night. When I screamed, my husband woke up and said it was just the air, but that door was firmly shut." It was exactly what had happened to us. I've tried researching the history of the hotel since then, but there's not much information available. Some locals say it was built on the site of an old boarding house that burned down in the 1930s, killing several residents. Others claim a woman was murdered in one of the rooms in the 1970s, though no one seems to agree on which room. All I know is what I experienced was real. Marcus still tries to explain it away with talk of old pipes, thin walls, and my overactive imagination, but I've caught him looking up paranormal investigators in our area. I think he believes me more than he lets on. I still have nightmares about that final night, the cold, the tapping, that heavy presence watching me, and that deliberate thud in the corner. Sometimes I wake up in our bedroom at home and swear I hear tap-tap on our windows, but it's never there when I really listen. I don't know what was in room 213 of the Harbor Heights Hotel, but I know it was aware of us. And sometimes I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it followed us home. Story 23. I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been 4 years, and I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder or staring at the foot of my bed before I turn in for the night. I've never shared this with anyone except my therapist, and even she seems skeptical. But I know what I experienced was real. I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. My wife Sarah and I had been married for about 3 months when it happened. We were renting the second floor of this old 4-family house in Riverside. It was all we could afford as newlyweds. Sarah was still finishing nursing school, and I was working as an assistant manager at a local electronics store. The place wasn't fancy, but it was ours. Our upstairs neighbors had moved out a few weeks before, so there was nobody living above us. I've always been a light sleeper. The smallest noises wake me up. A car door slamming outside, the refrigerator cycling on, you name it. Sarah, on the other hand, sleeps like she's in a coma. A tornado could tear through our bedroom and she'd sleep right through it. That night, I went to bed around 11, and Sarah was already knocked out from a long day of clinicals. It must have been around 1 in the morning when I first woke up. I heard what sounded like light footsteps, like a child running back and forth across the floor above us. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but then I heard it again. Pat, 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 then silence. I remember lying there, staring at the ceiling, thinking, that's weird, there's nobody living upstairs right now. I listened for about a minute, but the sound didn't come back. I figured maybe it was the old house settling or pipes knocking. These old New England houses make all kinds of weird noises, so I rolled over, pulled the blanket up to my chin, and tried to go back to sleep. I must have dozed off for a few minutes, but then something changed in the room. I can't explain it exactly, but the air felt different, heavier somehow. You know that feeling when someone's watching you? It was like that, but 100 times more intense. I opened my eyes, not moving my body. Our bedroom was dark, except for the faint glow of the streetlight filtering through our cheap blinds. Everything looked normal, but it didn't feel normal. I had this overwhelming sense that something was in the room with us. Not just a feeling, a certainty. I scanned the room, trying not to move my head too much. The closet door was closed, the bedroom door was shut. Nothing looked out of place. But for some reason, my eyes kept being drawn to the foot of our bed. There was nothing there, at least nothing I could see. But I couldn't stop staring at that spot. And then it happened. A cold rush washed over my entire body, starting from my feet and moving upward. It wasn't like a draft or a chill. It was like being submerged in ice water from the inside out. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The darkness in the room seemed to take on this weird bluish tint, and my vision got blurry, like everything was vibrating slightly. I tried to blink to clear my vision, but I couldn't. That's when I realized I couldn't move at all. Not my arms, not my legs, not even my fingers. I was completely paralyzed, lying there on my back, staring at the foot of the bed. I tried to turn my head to look at Sarah, to wake her up, but nothing would move. It was like my body wasn't mine anymore. The panic that hit me was unlike anything I've ever felt. It wasn't just fear, it was pure primal terror. I tried to scream, to call out to Sarah, who was sleeping right next to me, but my mouth wouldn't open. My vocal cords felt frozen. All I could manage was this pathetic little sound from the back of my throat. After what felt like an eternity of struggling, I managed to force out a single word. What? It came out as barely a whisper, but the effort it took was enormous, like pushing through concrete. The whole episode probably only lasted about 10 seconds, but it felt like hours, and then as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The cold rush receded, my vision cleared, and I could move again. I sat up gasping for air, covered in sweat, my heart still racing. I looked over at Sarah. She was still sound asleep, completely oblivious to what had just happened. I reached out and touched her shoulder, needing to feel something normal and warm, something real. She stirred slightly but didn't wake up. I sat there in the dark for what must have been an hour, afraid to lie back down, afraid to close my eyes. I kept staring at the foot of the bed, half expecting to see something materialize there. But there was nothing. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I laid back down, pulling the covers up to my chin like a scared kid. I kept the bedside lamp on for the rest of the night. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing I knew, Sarah was shaking me awake, asking why I'd left the light on all night. I didn't tell her what happened. We'd only been married for 3 months, and I didn't want her thinking she'd married someone unstable who hallucinated things in the middle of the night. So I made up some excuse about getting up to use the bathroom and forgetting to turn it off. That day at work was a blur. I kept dozing off at my desk, jerking awake with my heart racing every time. I Googled my symptoms during lunch break. The paralysis, the cold feeling, the sense of a presence. Everything pointed to sleep paralysis, which should have made me feel better. A medical explanation, something rational and scientific. But it didn't feel like that was what happened. Sleep paralysis didn't explain the footsteps I heard before, or why I felt so specifically drawn to that one spot at the foot of our bed. When I got home that evening, I couldn't help but look up at the ceiling, wondering about those footsteps. I even went upstairs and knocked on the door of the empty apartment, just to confirm no one had moved in without our knowledge. No answer, of course. That night, I was terrified to go to bed. I stayed up watching TV until Sarah practically dragged me to the bedroom. I left the hallway light on, and our bedroom door cracked open. Sarah didn't question it, probably assuming I was just being considerate, since she had an early clinical the next day. I laid there rigid, staring at the ceiling, listening for footsteps for hours. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk myself awake, afraid of what might happen if I fell asleep. Eventually, exhaustion won again, and I passed out. Nothing happened that night, or the next night, or any night after that. The experience never repeated itself. We lived in that apartment for another year before moving to a better place when Sarah graduated. In that whole time, I never heard those footsteps again, never felt that presence, never experienced that paralysis, but I also never completely relaxed in that bedroom again. 4 years later, and I still think about it. I've read countless articles about sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, and all the scientific explanations. I want to believe that's all it was. My brain misfiring as I transitioned between sleep states. But there's a part of me that knows, deep down, that something was there with us that night. Something was watching us from the foot of our bed. The worst part is the not knowing. Was it just in my head, or was there really something there? And if there was, what was it? What did it want? Why that night and never again? I've tried to convince myself it was nothing, but I can't shake the memory of that cold rush, that blurry blue darkness, that complete and total helplessness. Sometimes when I'm alone in our new house and I hear the normal creaks and groans of the building settling, I freeze, listening for those light footsteps, and sometimes, just before I fall asleep, my eyes are drawn to the foot of our bed, and I wait, holding my breath, wondering if tonight will be the night it comes back. I never told Sarah about any of this. She'd probably just tell me it was a nightmare or sleep paralysis, and maybe she'd be right. But I know what I felt that night. Something was there with us. Something was watching. And sometimes I can't shake the feeling that it's still watching, waiting for the right moment to return. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, half the time I don't even believe myself. But I know what I experienced. And I know it was real, at least it was real to me. And isn't that what matters? So that's my story. Has anyone else experienced anything similar? I'd love to know I'm not the only one. Story 24. I've been wrestling with whether to share this experience for years. I'm 22 now, but the events I'm about to describe still make my skin crawl whenever I think about them. I've told only a handful of close friends, but I need to get this off my chest completely. When I was 4, my family moved back to Bhopal, India, to my father's childhood home. It was a modest 3-bedroom house in an older neighborhood with narrow streets and houses packed closely together. From the moment we moved in, something felt off about the place. Not in a dramatic, haunted house kind of way, but in subtle ways that only I seemed to notice. The house itself was nothing special. Peeling yellow paint on the outside, mosaic flooring that was popular in the 70s, and windows that never seemed to close properly. But there was this specific energy about my parents' bedroom that terrified me. I couldn't explain why. The room was bright enough, with large windows and light blue walls. Nothing about it should have scared me. What made this fear so strange was that I wasn't a fearful child. I watched horror movies with my older brother without flinching. I never needed a nightlight and was perfectly comfortable sleeping alone in my room. But something about my parents' bedroom made my heart race and my palms sweat. I avoided going in there whenever possible, and when I had to, I'd run in and out as quickly as I could. My parents and brother thought it was just a weird childhood phase. "She'll grow out of it," they'd say. But I never did. Fast forward to when I was 16, I had just come home from school around 3 in the afternoon. Nobody was supposed to be home. My dad was at work, my mom had gone to the market with my aunt, and my brother was at football practice. I remember dumping my backpack on the kitchen table, grabbing a glass of water and heading to my room. My bedroom was situated in a way that when I sat on my bed, I could see part of the hallway. But there was a blind spot where the hall turned toward my parents' bedroom, the bathroom, and my brother's room. I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, texting my friend about homework, when I heard the front door open. I didn't think much of it. Probably Mom back from the market earlier than expected. I continued texting, but glanced up when I heard footsteps approaching. Through my open door, I saw what looked like my mother walking down the hallway. She was wearing the same salwar kameez she had on that morning, a faded purple one with embroidery around the neck. She stopped right at the edge of my vision, where the hallway created that blind spot. Her face looked angry. Not just annoyed, but intensely, unnaturally angry. Her eyes locked with mine in a way that made my stomach drop. "Mom?" I called out. "What's wrong?" She didn't respond. She just stood there, staring at me with those eyes that seemed too wide, too fixed, after what felt like forever, but was probably just seconds. She said, "Come into my room." Her voice sounded hollow, like it was coming from somewhere else, not from her throat. Then she disappeared around the corner. I immediately got up and followed her. I wasn't thinking clearly. If I had been, I might have noticed the strange way she spoke or how unnatural her movements seemed. I just assumed she was upset about something and wanted to talk privately. When I reached my parents' bedroom, it was empty, completely empty. The bed was made, the curtains were drawn back, and there was no sign that anyone had been there. "Mom?" I called again, checking the attached bathroom. Nothing. I checked my brother's room next. Empty. I went back to the hallway, calling louder now. "Mom, where are you?" The house was silent. That's when a horrible thought crossed my mind. My mother would have answered me. If she had heard me calling, she would have responded. She always did. I ran outside, my heart pounding, and there, standing by our front gate, was my mother, the real one, chatting with my aunt. When she saw me, she smiled. "What's wrong, Beta? You look like you've seen a ghost." "How long have you been out here?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Over an hour," my aunt replied. "We just got back from the temple and were catching up." I never told them what happened that day. What could I say? That I saw Mom inside when she was actually outside? That something or someone that looked exactly like her had tried to lure me into the bedroom? They would have thought I was losing my mind. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. Maybe I had dozed off while texting and dreamed the whole thing. But deep down, I knew I had been wide awake. A year passed without incident, and I had almost managed to push the memory away. Then came summer break when I was 17. The air conditioner in my room broke down, and in the blistering heat of Bhopal in May, sleeping without cooling was impossible. My parents suggested I sleep in their room until the AC was fixed. They had a king-sized bed with enough space for the three of us, but I insisted on putting a mattress on the floor. I placed it perpendicular to their bed, near the door. On the third night, I was lying on my mattress, scrolling through my phone around midnight. My parents had gone to bed about an hour earlier, and the house was quiet, except for the hum of the air conditioner and my dad's occasional snoring. I was just about to put my phone away when I saw movement from the corner of my eye. Looking up, I saw what appeared to be my mother walking from the direction of the kitchen toward the bathroom. She was wearing her nightgown and moving slowly, like she was half asleep. I didn't think much of it, just Mom going to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I went back to my phone, waiting for her to return so I could say goodnight before sleeping. 10 minutes passed, and she hadn't come back. Concerned that maybe she wasn't feeling well, I got up to check on her. The bathroom door was open and the light was off. No one was there. Confused, I turned to look at my parents' bed, and there was my mother, sound asleep beside my father. She hadn't gotten up at all. My blood ran cold. I stood frozen, staring at my sleeping mother while trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Who or what had I seen walking to the bathroom? I forced myself to get back on my mattress. I was terrified, but tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just a shadow. Maybe I was more tired than I realized and had imagined it. I was lying there, wide-eyed and alert, when I felt something, or someone, step onto my mattress by my feet. The weight was unmistakable. My first thought was that it was my father going to the bathroom, and he was stepping over my mattress as a shortcut. I pulled my legs up to my chest to make way, but the presence didn't move. It just stood there on my mattress, unmoving. "Papa," I whispered, but received no response. The weight shifted slightly, pressing deeper into the mattress. I tapped the side of the mattress with my hand, thinking maybe my father hadn't seen me in the dark and was waiting for me to move. Still nothing. Finally, unable to bear the suspense, I opened my eyes fully and lifted my head. In the dim light filtering through the window, I caught a glimpse of someone in a white t-shirt walking out of the room. I assumed it was my father and laid back down, relieved. But after 20 minutes, when no one returned, I got up again to check. And there was my father, still in bed, snoring lightly. He was wearing a dark blue t-shirt, not white. I remembered all at once the incident from the year before, the not mother who had called me to her room. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Whatever had been in this house, whatever had mimicked my mother before, was now mimicking my father. I pulled my blanket over my head, something I hadn't done since I was a child. I started praying, urgent, desperate prayers, and I texted my friend, the same one I had been texting during the first incident. I needed to prove to myself that I was awake, that this was real and happening. "Are you up?" I texted at 12:43 a.m. "Yeah, studying for the physics test. Why are you awake?" She replied almost immediately. "I think there's something in my house. Something that looks like my parents but isn't them." "What? Are you serious?" "I just saw what looked like my dad, but my dad is asleep in bed. Last year, I saw my mom inside the house when she was actually outside." "That's creepy AF. Are you sure you're not dreaming?" "I'm texting you, aren't I? I'm definitely awake." I spent the rest of the night with my phone's flashlight on, fighting sleep until the morning light started seeping through the curtains. When my parents woke up, I was still wide awake, exhausted and scared. At breakfast, I finally told them everything about both incidents. My father dismissed it immediately as a bad dream. "You were half asleep and confused," he said confidently. "I wasn't asleep. I insisted. I was texting Priya. Look." I showed him my phone with the time-stamped messages from the night before. My mother, who had been quiet, suddenly looked pale. "You said the person last night was wearing a white shirt." I nodded. She exchanged a glance with my father. None of us were wearing white last night. We moved out of that house 2 months later, supposedly because it was too far from my dad's new office. But I know the real reason. Whatever was in that house, whatever wore my parents' faces like masks, had finally scared them too. To this day, I don't know what it was that I experienced. All I know is that something in that house knew exactly how to look like the people I trusted most, and it tried twice to get me alone.